Yo, what's up? There we go. How are you doing this morning? Oh, in my glasses. Yeah, well, back to the normal schedule, right? Take advantage of those good opportunities, like that master class. Who knows when the next one will be? But take advantage of those opportunities. And then it makes up for the times where I got to take days off and then some, right? Carpe diem, baby. Oh, well, these are 80%, eh? The yellows are 130. The blues are 80. 100. You know what? I'm gonna see something. We're gonna do a little test. Okay, 4.7. 4.7 bill. Let's go to Valencia. Let's see if it is in fact more. 4.7 bill. Let's take the time today to find out if it is in fact worth the effort. Can't imagine it is, but oh, why did I know that? I fucking knew that. I had people telling me you should go to Valencia. You should go to Valencia. You should go to Valencia. You get a higher percentage. It's like, yeah, but it's fucking not nearly as far. What do you mean? Over a bill less. Maybe. Maybe that's the difference, right? Their origin location. I'm in Altanova, so I'm obviously a lot closer to Valencia than they would be, if that is the case. No, no, that's fine. I'm just going to go based off my gut. Prioritize distance over trade percentage. Seems to be consistently better. Maybe there's some nuance where sometimes, depending on where you're at, the percentage will make it slightly better. But then I'd argue constantly going to your mini map and checking trade prices is your profit probably gone. How are we doing on these seals now? Anyway, 77. Yep. Oh, we can get all of these here. There we go. Man, we are getting through these fast. Let's see what we get from these boxes. 15 sharps, 30 crowns, 15 sharps, 30 crowns, 30 crowns. Dust, 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 sharps. And a base Manos ring, memory frag, memory free bag. Manos ring's even worth anything anymore? I guess 100 though. The telescope trap? No, that was the archaeologist map. So I have two archaeologist maps, one on my Fisher and one on my main. So on my Fisher, I telescope back to Altanova, which I'm there right now anyways, right? And then I run to the well, go to the spot, and then I just click the button. I'm right back to my fishing hole. Not really as big of a deal being here at Valencia, but when like you're fishing at some like far out spot, like a Hakovan Island, if I remember correctly, it's fantastic for that. It saves you a ton of time resetting your fisher, right? Yeah, because then I can just use my archaeologist map to go here, run to the Magnus, go out here, hand it in, and then I just press the button, and I'm straight back to Hakovan. Super convenient. Archaeologist map is probably the most useful for fishing. How you so rich? I just grind and I 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 grind and then I grind and then I mention how I grind. Okay, we have not had like any opportunity to grind. Yeah, the archaeologist map is fantastic. How do you not fall asleep while grinding? You guys. Let's do my bosses first. I need to do my weekly bosses. And we'll knock those out. No. Remember about 5 seconds ago when you asked me how I'm so rich and I said I grind, 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 and I didn't say I gamble, I gamble, I gamble, or I life skill or anything like that. It's because I grind, I grind, I grind, I grind, I grind, I grind, I grind. I enjoy grinding. I find it comfortable. It's kind of like my. Think of it like an old lady knitting. She doesn't need another pair of mitts. She doesn't need another hat. She doesn't need another tea towel. She does it because it relaxes her. Well, it's probably the best way to compare it for me. I find it relaxing, and I probably had my wrong pets out again last night, for fuck's sakes. When are they going to make it so pets are character-based? For fuck's sakes, please, for the love of God. Yep, I just sell it. People think they're making a lot more profit off of the gambling than they actually are, most of the time. Most of the time. Once you factor in the value of stacks and stuff like that, the opportunity cost, and then you average it out, they don't realize that they're not making as much profit as they thought. Okay, what were we doing again? Bosses. How you doing, Averona? I need... Okay. Let's, the gold pigs kind of paid off. Although I don't think I got a single... I can't remember if I got a feint from them yesterday. I think I got some. Yeah, it might be different on your region, of course. I think I do C10, Sangoon, C10... Yeah, I think I just do actually the 3 bamboos. I think those worked out well. I'm just trying to decide, do I want to do Sangoon or Gumi? They're both annoying for different reasons. I think I'll just do the Sangoon. Which one do I have the lower time on? 239, 257. Let's go with this one. Okay. What happened? Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh my god, could you fucking move out of that corner, please? For the love of God? Might get 3 here, but we got him down to like half. There's 2. Holy fuck, I could barely see it. My effects turned down. Jesus. Fuck. Why are they keeping 3 together? Fuck off. There we go, there we go. We'll just hit these 2. Okay, 1 went in. I gotta change my whales as well. You kidding me? No fucking shot. Sucks, we lost so much fucking damage there. Oh, man. I can't see these fucking circles. Isn't there supposed to be 5? Oh fuck, there's one more over there. Right here? Okay. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Fuck, fire behind me. I could barely see it, but I could see it. Whew. Okay, I need to turn my settings up for that shit. That shit is miserable with your settings off. I can't fucking see anything. Piggy. How you doing this morning, Norfolk? Do I do it on Arsha? Only if I don't mind having some PvP in my grind. If I just want to grind, then I don't go there. What's up, Mikers? Oh, shit. Accidentally side dash. Oops. Oh, fuck me. I did not mean to interrogate there. I was so close. Not for a streamer, it isn't. Well, it depends on what the purpose is. If you're just trying to take advantage of the drop buff and get some PvP, then it isn't. Normal Arsh is better. Most people don't want to fight a streamer because they don't want to lose. Streamers obviously have a lot of haters, and people don't want to lose to the person they're hating on in front of their friends. So they won't go out and fight the streamer if their name is on the line. Where if I'm on Anonymous Arsha, a lot more of those people are willing to come out because now, you know, nobody knows who they are. Or if they lose, they can try to hide who they are. So it really depends on what the purpose is, right? If I want more random PvP, then the Anonymous Arsha is better for sure. Because then, like I said, more of those people are willing to come out. For your average player, though, yeah, Anonymous Archer is probably way better. But the extra 50% drop rate you get from those channels, if you're just trying to make money and you don't really want PvP, that drop rate isn't multiplicative, it's additive, right? And between your loot scroll, like your base is 100%. So if you're not grinding with any loot scroll and you don't have a Kama Sylvia's Blessing or any of that stuff, then the 50% is a true 50% on just the drops, not the trash, the actual commodities that don't have a 100% chance to drop. So it still isn't even a 50% increase in your money, but you don't have a 100% drop rate, right? Once I have everything popped, that extra 50% from Archer brings me from like 300 to 350. So an extra 50% on 300 is actually more like a 20% increase. But that's a 20% increase on, once again, not the trash money from the spot, everything else. And these days, the trash is half the money of the spot. So that 20% is actually a 10% increase in your overall income. So if you spend even 5 minutes PvPing every hour, you've lost all your profit, right? So if you don't want PvP and you just want to grind, go off Arsha, right? Because when you go on there and you start getting mad at people for PvPing you, people are like, what the hell? Like, what? Don't go here. It's not actually even that worth it to grind here. But you're going to act like I'm the griefer because I'm attacking you on the one PvP channel? So the PvP channels, the best use for them is you want PvP, but you don't really want to go looking for it. So you're going to go grind and wait for someone to come to you. That's the best use for it. Oh, we still got 3 more bosses to do. Yeah. Like, I don't grind on Arsha most of the time because of that. If they buffed Arsha, and I think they need to, because back in the day that 50% meant a lot more. Like I said, back then, most people couldn't grind with loot scrolls. Loot scrolls were like just a whale thing back then. And proportionally, the money was like an 80-20 split. 80% from the drops, 20% from the trash. So you not only had a 50% income to an 80%, which would be like a 40% increase in your income, right? So it was so much more impactful back then. Back then, you could PvP for 15 minutes, 20 minutes every hour, and still be ahead. No, there is no gear requirement. You can go there wherever, right? Typically, you'll only run into people who have similar gear to grind that spot. Some people who are losers, though, will go back and fight at lower spots, even though they way outgear them, just because they want to stoke their own ego. But one thing to keep in mind, when somebody attacks you, don't take it personally. Don't start shit-talking them. All you're going to do is encourage them to not only stick around longer, but when they see you get a drop on the channel to come back for you. Right? Just be respectful. Be like, yo, you're kind of kicking my ass. Good fights. Ask them the gear score. Recognize that, you know, they're just trying to show off the hard work they're putting into their character. The same hard work you're trying to put into your character. Oh my god! Just standing in that shit face tanking it. But yeah, if you show respect to those people, and I know you might not want to because at first you feel like they're giving you a hard time, they're just trying to have fun as well, right? They're trying to have fun in a video game. Be respectful to them, and they won't come out and fuck with you all the time. And be genuinely respectful too, like don't... People can see when you're being fake. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Let the times you lose motivate you to get stronger and better. Well, there's a lot of people who say they don't mind PvP. But the reality is they don't mind PvP when they're winning. That's the difference. When they're losing, well, then it's a problem. I did pick 9 this time, right, chat? Must be just getting more back attacks. I feel like I'm going through this one even quicker. Let's see, 120, 120, 120, 120. Ooh. Stop doing circles around me, you little bastard. How am I feeling after pull those long hours? After a good rest last night, I feel a lot better. I ended up going to bed almost immediately. It was like 9:30 last night. I went up and I sat with the family for a bit. Gave my wife a high five and a hug. And I just kind of sat and vegged out. Got the kids to bed. And yeah, I just went to sleep. But it was worth it. Made some good money. Enjoyed the time with you guys. Nice different content for you guys instead of just watching me do circles, right? It's a shame they don't do that more often. But so we take it when we can get it. Did I might have iframe that movement speed buff? Fuck, I did. Yeah, the finals next week are gonna be hype. Yeah, we had some expected wins. We had some unexpected wins. In America, well, there's lots of different time zones in America. I live in Canada. It is 9 a.m. for me right now. If you're CEST, I'm approximately 6 hours behind you. By the way, do we know what these circles, these orange circles are for? I know some of them are for healing, but there's the other ones. Anybody figure that out? Tu parles français? No. I know a little bit of French. My daughters actually speak French. I have them in a French school, but not me. Okay, so it's probably a good idea to try to lure him over towards them, right? And then hit them? Oh, shit. Okay. I shouldn't be reading chat while doing this. No, it's my fault for reading in the middle of the fight. But does it do anything to the boss, or just the little elites running around with the boss? Doesn't do anything to the boss? Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it then. Why does he do that sometimes? He's doing it again. Cut that shit out, stupid archer. Fucking runs out of into the darkness and then resets. So, he's doing it again. What shitty design? Sometimes, like, I question, like, who thought that that would be cool? Let's make him possibly run so far that he resets just right off rip. Did they? Oh, thank God. Thank goodness. How do you feel about your matches yesterday, by the way? You had a good showing. You look very strong. I don't know who your opponent is, but his work is cut out for him. Thanks, I disagree though. Kanjara. Yeah, you. Hey, remember Kanjara? I fell on the sword for the whole community. Everybody can say, well, at least I lasted longer than old man Zeth did in his first round. Oh shit. Okay, apparently the backside of that ability doesn't do damage. It's kind of good to know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember Roken's name, like, hearing it for a while, so... Holy shit. Holy! What is going on here? Holy! I don't remember it being that chaotic. Jesus! He did get 1v3 twice in Solar by me. Things get weird though, right? I find, and this has always been the case in BDO, when people outnumber you, they get sloppy. They start doing unprotected things to try to chase you down, and they assume, like, oh, if I get caught, my homies will peel for me anyways. Like, people get sloppy when they have the numbers in their advantage. Okay, we have our bosses done. Why is Biceptimus at Darkseekers, by the way? Oh, he probably needs stacks, eh? Yeah, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Such a good movie. I like that movie. Okay, what do we get next here? 3 250 stacks? I thought it was just one. Holy. Gathering is giga juiced. Yeah, I'm not too worried about getting everything, considering it's lasting for 5 weeks and I've already collected, you know, mind you, it's like the bottom half of everything. Like, we're not even a week in. By the time we're at a week in, I'm going to have most of it cleared out already. When you say judgment grab, do you mean like grab out of judgment, or do you mean grabbing someone's judgment? Grab, no, grabbing someone's judgment. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant. Yeah, Calb here is easy to bait with that. You do judgment to divine executioner, he just throws that shit at nothing, and then you know his grab's down. You're just sitting above him and flying away, and you see him standing there grabbing. No, it's practically all sages, because we know, like, that's the. Imagine if they ever gave us. Imagine if they ever swapped Divine Executioner core to a Judgment core. Holy, that shit! People would Completely forget about impaling Flash. Imagine we had a Judgment bound core, or any type of CC on it. Judgment KD. Holy. Yeah. I did that shit to Ron yesterday. Ron Divine Executioner right at me at the start of the match. Fucking yoink. Guess what? He didn't do it a single time after that. He did it at other people. He cut that shit out real quick. Yeah. Can they like double Solaris Dam? They need to just make it so like Reset gives Stam back. Let Reset give us a full Stam bar. That would go a long way for Sage. Let it reset our Stam. The 10-minute cooldown, you'll only get to use it like maybe twice if you use it early, like in an early match and you have a 5-rounder. Should reset the Solaire round. I don't like it, guys. We're going to start this one over. You imagine trolling your team, though. You're up 3-1. Like, you've killed 2 other opponents, and you decide, fuck you guys, resetting the round. Do it again. Your team would be like, what are you doing? Fuck you. Oh, shit. That'd be funny as hell. I need to stock up on elixirs and shit. You miss playing with other sages? Yeah. That's part of the thing that makes it bad for suck sages too, right? Not only are they the worst spec, but now they can't get a sage on their team. It's always on the other team. And a good awakened sage is great at countering a suck sage. Between the constant shock slows and, you know, you would think an awakened sage would know how to deal with a suck sage. Most should, right? Okay, what are we missing? Are we missing anything? Swap that, swap that. Have to remember to upgrade this tomorrow. My AP seems low. I can't quite figure out why. Crystals look good. That's fine. Oh, horse buff. Yeah, I got eliminated round 1 by Kelb here. He's going to the finals. He's Oh, he fucked me up. The first round was just a steal. I basically had 1 round against him. And in that round, I was still fucking pondering, like, what the fuck happened there? That man not only stole a round from me, but fucking had my head in a spin the second round. Man didn't take Monday off. No, there was no point. I was just gonna be sitting around anyways. The whole family's out doing stuff. They have like eye appointments and shit. My wife's gonna take them to go get new winter clothes because they've grown out of their old like winter gear. So I had a great sleep last night too. Last night was probably the best sleep I've had in a while. I have yet to get a drop from it, but yeah, I've heard of guildies and stuff getting it. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to put it on my bar and end up using it. Got lots of eggers from today. What's this? Oh, okay. They're not doing that, by the way. They're not flying all the champions out to fight each other. They're not flying anybody out. They suggested that they were going to do that like a while ago, but it looks like they're not doing that. I don't think they realized how many people they would have to fly out and how much it would cost them. Just imagine, right? How many different regions are there, chat? We have, let me know if I forget one. We have Taiwan, China, NA, EU, KR, C, Japan, MENA. How many was that? I wasn't even counting, I was just saying. South America. Yeah, I miss South America too. So just think about that, right? You have all of those regions, and then imagine they invited, they were going to fly out the #1 for every class from every region. So multiply the number of regions by the number of classes there are. We're talking like 250, 260 people, right? We'll just say 250 for the sake of mathing it out. Now, the airfare, depending on where they're coming from, is going to vary quite significantly. Let's say an average of $1,000. Some people probably be a lot more. Some probably a lot less if they live closer, right? Obviously, all the Korean players, they're not going to pay anything to fly them up there. But that's now $250,000 just on the flight. Plus, they got to put them up in a hotel. They got to feed them, right? That is a lot of money. People think PA is like this super rich company. They're doing well, don't get me wrong. But when you take a look at the earning reports, that's in, why can't I remember? Oh, won, Korean won, right? And once you do the conversion on that to US dollars, you realize PA is not this super rich company that people think it is. It's actually quite surprising that they are willing to do things like rent a castle and have a whole ball for the community. Now, a lot of people, too, will take a look, and people don't understand this, right? They'll look at the Perlibis quarterly earnings report, and they'll see Perlibis down. People don't realize that companies, I don't know how taxes work in Korea, but assuming it works anything like North America, Canada, or the United States, they don't want to have massive profits, because that means they pay massive taxes. What they will do is they will take a lot of that profit, roll it back into other programs, like they're doing with Crimson Desert, DokeV, and they will invest in building up their infrastructure and their IPs with the profits instead, so they can keep the profits low so they pay less taxes. Because it's a heck of a lot better to take that money and invest it in yourself than have to pay it to a government in taxes, right? And companies all across North America do this because it's way better to grow your company that way than to just give free money to the tax man, right? So they'll take a look at PA's earning reports. They'll be like, they're not making lots of profits. They're actually in the red. It's like, they're investing a lot in themselves. Don't think for a second they're not fucking making a ton of money. Well, that too, right? It's that too. It is the money too, but it is the logistics of all of it too, right? Having to coordinate sending that many people out there, making sure everything goes smoothly for each of them, right? They're going to have to organize transport as well and all that stuff. Or work on, at least if they get Ubers and stuff, I'm sure Korea has their own version of like Ubers, right? Probably just Uber, probably called the same thing. But yeah, logistics for the whole situation, if they were to fly out 250 people there, it is a massive undertaking. What I would like to see, and I think this would be potentially more feasible, maybe Ronan could suggest it, is if they ever do another Best in Guild. It's Kick Out Taxi. That's funny. If they ever do Best in Guild, it'd be cool for you guys to fly out the best guild from each region. I think that would be much more feasible, because then it would be like 30 people, right? I think that could be super cool. And have the best guild all compete against each other. Do it just before the what do they call it? At the event in Korea, like the G Star event, the something star event. I remember they had it some years ago. Do something like that for that event, right? Make sure you run the Best in Guild a few months prior. Make sure there's lots of heads up so the winners can have ample time for traveling. Like, because I know some people need to get travel visas and stuff like that, right? So make sure that there's ample time for that to be arranged. But man, I think the Black Desert community would absolutely love seeing all of the regions, the best guild from all regions, battling it out with each other, and have like a proper winners and losers bracket, and have everybody move through it. That'd be so fun. That'd be so fun to watch. And doing that for, like I said, 30 people, flying out 30 people, right? Just 3 people from each region. Maybe 4, because maybe you want a backup player or something. Because normally in the event, you're allowed to have 1 backup. Showers and deodorant will be mandatory. They'll do a little sniff test. When you come into the event, they'll be like, raise your arms, and you'll think they'll have like a metal detector, but instead they'll go. And if they smell a little scent of odor, they'll pull out of their holster, hit you with that fucking axe, or Old Spice. Yeah. In their eyes? What the hell? Until the smell's gone. Some people, I don't know if it's ever... You ever run to that person who they think that, like, deodorant is a substitute for a shower? And they don't realize that now they just smell like BO and deodorant at the same time? Oh man, speaking of spiced ass, I had a nice shower last night. Holy. I was like, I was doing the math. I was like, okay, in the last 38 hours, I've been sitting on my ass for 32 of them. I was like, I need to have a shower. I bet I am rank. What's with the personal attacks? It reminds me too, when I was a teenager, I was probably one of those people, because I remember there was one Christmas where I got like 7 gift packs of deodorant from different family members. And I'm pretty sure that was their way of telling me, clean yourself up. Stop just running around. To be fair, that's just a common gift for boys and young men. Maybe. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but... When I was a teenager, I hated having to stop and do something. So, like, I always just wanted to go out and run around, ride my bike, go climb trees. We had this place we called the Mud Pit that was like a... It was like a eroded cliff that had a bunch of mud and clay at the bottom right next to a rivers, and it had you could jump off the cliff into the water. There was a rope tied to the tree, you could swing off it. That eventually ended up busting somebody's leg, ended up fracturing their femur. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I just wanted to do that all day. So like, I never had time for the shower. I mean, to be fair though, every day I was swimming in a stream or a lake. So it's not like I was just not doing anything, but yeah, I'm sure I did stink a bit. It was his childhood nickname. No, Mud Butt. No, I lived every summer on my bike. At the swimming pool too, not just lakes and streams. Every day actually revolved around biking to somewhere and swimming. If I didn't feel like biking far, I'd go to the local swimming pool. If I felt like going on an adventure, we would bike like up to 10 kilometers away to swim. Well, maybe more like 5 kilometers now that I think about it. 5 kilometers there and 5 back. You know what's the weirdest thing too? So, when I was younger and I'd spend all this time at the pool, my parents would always be like, put on sunscreen, stop. Because I would always come back just fucking burnt. My nose burnt, my ears burnt, my face burnt. But I didn't care. And I would always get this really bad burn right here on the side of my head. I didn't think anything of it. And as I got older, my late 20s, early 30s, I had an age spot, a big age spot show up in that one spot. I had the doctor look at it at first because it was a big brown spot that was growing. I was like, uh-oh. You know, your mind, the first thing it goes to is like, okay, I'm dying. It's cancer. But I go and see a dermatologist. He takes a look at it. He goes, no, it's just an age spot. Nothing to worry about. I say, okay, well, anything I should do about it? He goes, no, it's just there. If something weird starts happening to it, then come back. But otherwise, it's no big deal. I was like, well, could it go away? He's like, no, they typically stay. So I was like, okay, well, I guess not a big deal. Well, recently, you guys know the diet I've been on? How I've been doing a low-carb diet? That age spot has actually disappeared. I had that shit for like 10, 15 years. And sometimes, like in the summer, It'll be darker when I guess there's getting sun on it. In the wintertime, it'll be a little bit more faded, a little not as easy to notice. But it disappeared in the last 6 months. Which I find really odd. I actually completely forgot to mention that to my doctor when I was there. I always forget to mention shit. I had a whole list of things I wanted to bring up, and I completely forgot while I was there. Fucking pisses me off. I'm so bad for that. Wait, did I accidentally use that? Fuck, I accidentally used that too. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, maybe, no, it went to a different storage. I probably auto-moved it. Wait, why is that other potion not... Okay, let's not use it. Perfect. Jesus, this season, getting points in Solaire feels impossible? I think that's the point. I don't think Solaire Incarnate matters if the whole top 100 is able to get Solaire Incarnate. I think it's good that it's hard to get points. Now, if the points are so hard to get that not a single person gets Incarnate, then they might need to dial it back a bit. But I think the season where the whole top 100 got Incarnate, that was nonsense. That was absolute nonsense. Yeah. Somewhere between 10 to 20 of the top 100. I think that's fair. And we still have, what, 3 weeks left of this season? So, we might be on track to do exactly that. I think it's the Thursday before the end of the month, right? That's when it ends. But to be fair, I believe season 3, I can't remember how long season 3 was, but I think it lasted a while, right? The last few seasons have been, if I'm not mistaken, significantly shorter than the first few seasons. Like half the time. I could have swore it was like 2 months, the first couple seasons. Where I think this one's like a month and a half. 1 month and 3 weeks. Okay, well we might be pretty close to that same time then. But let's take a look. Right, we have... Yeah, I mean, he's on his way. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. Oh yeah, that's right, eh? Not every day was open, too. I don't know. I think it's a little early to be too critical about how many people have it. There's still, like I said, 3 weeks left. I don't even think it's possible now to lose more points than you can earn, is it? I swear, like, if you go a perfect 50-50, you'll still climb. Even if there was no streak, if you just do 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss with no streaking, I'm pretty sure you still climb right now. Mind you, very slowly. I was climbing with negative win rate. Yeah. You don't have those times where you just lose a fuckload of points, and those times where you, like... The times where you get, like, very little points don't exist anymore, and the times where you lose a ton of points don't exist anymore, right? It's a lot more consistent in the middle, and it does seem to be like you always earn more. I mean, let's take a look at my games. I mean, I'm not as high rated as you guys. The highest I've earned or lost was 23. I mean, I guess I have. And the highest I've earned was 24. But that was with a streak. The lowest I've earned was 20? No, 19. And the least I've lost is 18. That does seem to be slightly in favor of earning. The lowest you can earn is higher than the lowest you can lose. And the most you can earn is higher than the most you can lose. That is a net gain. That means if you go 50-50, you will climb. Oh, I was gonna do something. This. The Solaris Windows starting score and scoring rules have changed. The standard points for gain or loss when winning or losing a match has been changed from 25 points to 20. According to the maximum values for points gained and losses based on the outcome of a match will change from 35, 15 to 20, 12. Max went down by 7. Min went down by 3. And then the average went from 5 down by 5. So standard being 20, with the peak being 28. That's a... I'll try not to die here. Yeah, it looks like it should be even, but I mean, if you play, you can see it's not even. Just go take a look at the top 100, right? You'll see people who have very, like, close to 50-50 win rates, or even negative win rates that are still climbing. So. What's up, my capacity? Oh my goodness. Time to fix that shit. You guys have earthquakes just recently? I guess so. Yeah. I bet when an earthquake starts happening, when the shaking starts happening, instead of Taj jumping under the desk to protect himself, he goes over his desk to try to protect his computer. He tries to shield his computer with his body. Sometimes I wonder, if I move somewhere with a significantly lower cost of living, I feel like I could live like a king. Just off streaming income. Thought I didn't finish it for a second. Really hope Sage plays on Saturday. Oh yeah, they're not giving us the schedule yet, eh? I wonder if they'll probably do EU one day and then NA the other day. Well, KR revealed theirs. Their schedule, I mean, take a look at the difference between the NA and EU schedule, right? I mean, I guess when it came to like scheduling the classes and which day they were scheduling the classes, they had to kind of do like load balancing. So they probably took like a couple really popular classes and paired them up with a couple unpopular classes to try to even it out so each day had a similar length. And that's why you saw different schedules for NA and EU. I guess for the finals, they don't have to do that because each finals is just, you know, 2 players, right? 2 players, 5 matches, or best of 5. So they could have a fixed schedule for every region. A fixed order. Maybe order of release. Do you have a link to it? It'd be interesting to see, because if it's based off of order of release, then they might do that on other regions. Yo, what's up, Unsavory? Does Harmony monster damage reduction work in C8 plus? Oh yeah. Oh shit, I just realized I haven't popped many buffs.
Have you ever had a dream that you would get those
111. Whatever you're working through, I hope you get through it, buddy. If you ever want to slip into my DMs and talk about shit going on in your personal life, you're more than welcome to. I don't think stream chat is the best place for it, though. My DMs are always open. I wonder if we should do Novembergers tonight. We have a fundraising event that goes on in our city in November called Novemberger. And like all of the local burger places all make their own version of a November burger. And I can't even remember what I think the proceeds go towards prostate cancer, if I'm not mistaken, for like November, right? So I shouldn't say all proceeds, probably all profits. They probably still make sure that they break even, right? But the profits probably go to it. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I just appeared on my side monitor. I wasn't paying attention. Yo, what is up? Mr. Biceptimus. How you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for the raid. I was watching a little bit, you dueling with Armin on the side there. How you feeling? Man, I pity you. I pity you. Doing that 16-hour stream those 2 days in a row with like a 6-hour sleep in between. And I was thinking about that. I was like, shit. That's practically what Biceptimus has to do for one day, where he's got to wake up, he's got to do the EU tournament, and then he's got to try to squeeze in a couple of hours of sleep or practice. Yo, we just got a silent crystal! Holy! We gotta get a couple hours of sleep or practice. Preferably practice, but you gotta rest too. And then you gotta play your match, right? Oh my god, your brain is gonna be fried for your match. That's my first time I got a silent crystal. Yo, quick little 7.5 Billy. And then do it all again the next. Is it gonna be 2 days? I suspected that they would do NA one day and then EU the next day, so it would only be 1 day. It is gonna be 2 days for each. Oh shit. Wow. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Oh my god. You guys are gonna need like a caffeine drip hooked up to his arm. Just loading him up. No maids available. It'll be worse if he wins. Oh, he's gonna be so amped up too, he probably won't be able to sleep after that. Yeah, he's gonna win, he's gonna be fucking, his adrenaline's gonna be pumping, he's gonna be fucking flexing in the office. Yeah. Enjoy your time with your fam. Thank you for the raid. Do we know who's gonna be on the desk with Biceptimus? Every time I brought that up, and I know GMs are in chat, nobody's just fucking crickets. Enlave? Oh, okay. I suspected it was Enlave. I thought it would be either Enlave or you, but I suspected Enlave. He's usually the face that you guys like to put on camera. How many event coins am I at? I've used all these ones, so whatever these are plus these. A third person doesn't add much. If you could get somebody to give like good comic relief, I guess, right? You have like the super informative guy, like your Armin, right? And then you have you guys to kind of keep everything on track, the official, right, representative. And then if you could get like a goofball in there that's just going to make stupid comments. Not like over the top stupid, but just little comments, you know?
Shut up, bitch!
It's funny you do the shut up, bitch. I was just about to say, one of my favorite tournaments was, who was it? I think it was like Orca, B-Kill, and I think it was Good Vibes Guy. Or maybe it was Dr. Positive. This was back in the Cacao days. But not really a super informative group. But man, it was goofy casting. And I remember I was laughing my ass off the whole time. What? Maybe it wasn't Orca. Who the fuck was it? Maybe it was... And it was just done by voice. They didn't fly anybody out or anything. Fuck, who was that? I know B-Kill was there. And he was like the stupid comment guy. That was the... That was, I think, the first 3v3 tournament you guys ran. Cacao ran, I guess. And I remember B-Kill's team was called Exceptional Leaders. And they had, like, Blade Bokes, Lakari, and B-Kill, right? The GM of, well, Exceptional Legion, which was Blade Boats Guild, Man Up was Lakari, and B Kill was Snake, right? And I remember not only was B Kill in the middle of his match playing, but he was also helping shoutcast. So he was shoutcasting his own match while he was playing, and it was the goofiest shit ever. Oh man, I wonder if Divios has those saved. I wouldn't be surprised if he does, because that shit was cracking me up. I remember Lakari like called out that he got a catch, and B Kill's like, "Here comes the striker with a giant leg drop," and that's fucking B Kill himself. Oh shit, the good old days. Yeah, in a deranged way. I don't know about in a deranged way. He just had some funny comments. Good energy. But yeah, having just the two casters too is kind of good, because then it keeps everything on point and keeps things moving instead of, you know, sometimes three people, if all three of them are all trying to talk, it can become a bit much. I had lots of fun the last 2 days. As tiring as it was, I had an awesome sleep last night. I went to bed almost immediately. I accidentally missed my Siege sign-up, which I kind of sad about. At one point, my wife woke me up. She's like, "Why is your phone constantly buzzing?" And I didn't put two and two together that it was like Node War, Siege, Roses, all those sign-ups going off. And I was like, I don't know, probably some bullshit. And I just went back to sleep. But yeah, I ended up sleeping from like 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. till 8 a.m. this morning, just before 8 a.m. So I slept for like 10 hours. It was sick. How did the last Kuno match go last night, by the way? I caught Miss and Muffin going at it. Miss ended up winning. Apparently Miss swapped to Suck just to fight Muffin, and then swapped back to Awakening to fight, oh fuck. Who was her final opponent? I can't remember. But I was so tired at that point, between the waiting, I was like, I just gotta go. I'm just gonna send everybody to Armin to watch his last match. I guess I could probably just pull up the bracket. That'd show me, huh? Somebody type the brackets command for me. Here, I'll type it. Kuno. Oh, Nanner, that's right. And looks like Miss ended up winning that too, eh? So Miss versus Mahiru. Yeah, I need to turn up the music a little bit. I actually had it turned down for the weekend, but I need to turn it back up. Didn't realize the music was so quiet. That should be better, eh? It was a nice change of pace, too, over just sitting there and making you guys watch circles. But I'm going to be honest, this is my zen place. Going back to grinding, I just feel so relaxed. I think there's something wrong with me. A list of things wrong with me? Probably. Things like, he's a little too hung, his food is too good, his humor is too funny. It's probably all things like that. Excited about the buff here next patch? What are they doing here? I don't remember. Yeah, exactly, Manzi. See Manzi's nose. Butteries. You know what? I haven't been to a Red Lobster in a long time. We don't have a Red Lobster where I live. I'm gonna be, I'm actually gonna be in a city that has a Red Lobster in about 3 weeks. Maybe I'll have to go there. Does Red Lobster still exist? I know they were having some tough times for a while there. I could really go for some nice buttery lobster, some surf and turf, nice juicy steak at the same time. Oh, that's right, the Debo drop rate boost. Yeah, that's right, I'm indifferent. It'll be good at first, but the thing is Debos aren't max price, and they're not min price. So all that's going to do is just drop the prices, right? If you wanted to make more money at a grind spot, you don't increase the amount of a quantity, the amount of a commodity that drops there if it's not maxed out at max price. What you do is you actually try to increase the demand on said item. So it'll be temporarily a buff, but if you increase the supply without increasing the demand, it's just going to drop the prices and it'll end up balancing out in the end, right? It's just going to make it so when you do get a drop, it doesn't feel as meaningful, but it'll happen more often. Now, if they were sitting at max price with orders, then increasing the drop rate has a massive impact. They need to do something with distorted? Not really, they do sell. They just take time. You convert them to crystals, you put them on the market. If you know how the market works, they will eventually sell. Every time you get it distorted, so when it comes to selling items, it's a priority system, it's not random. So, I wish I was in the AFK phase so I could probably show this, but yeah, it's based on the order that you list the item. It's not completely random. So, if every time you make a new distorted crystal or get new distorted fragments, you take down the ones you are selling to put a bigger stack up, all you're doing is resetting your spot in queue every single time. And you will never sell them if you do that. Never, ever. And one thing that's important to understand, too, is why would anybody ever buy these when they could just buy the full crystals sitting on the market, which are technically a little bit cheaper and don't require any work on their behalf. So if you're a seller, what you need to do is recognize that, convert them to crystals, list as many as you have at the time until they sell. And it'll take some time. It'll take like a month for them to sell. But let them sit there. And just keep stockpiling new ones in your storage until that original stack sells. And then as soon as that original stack sells, now list the new stack you built up. And then wait for that to sell. And keep doing that. And if you do that, it'll take a while for them to sell, but they will sell. Or you could do that too. Yeah, you could just say, you know what, I'm going to enhance the Duo Fallen God and sell that. I don't know what the profit margins and stuff look like on that, but that does sound like a potential option. That's kind of the more RNG option, right? If you get lucky, you can make big money. If you get unlucky, you can end up, you know, losing money. No. When it comes to selling items, it is not random. It is always a queue based on the order that it's listed. That's it. When buying items at max price, it is random. Right? When people have orders up, like when they're pre-ordering, then it's random for the purchaser. But when items are sitting on the market, it's the order of listing. Oh yeah, distorteds are used for try. Yeah, not duo. When they say enhance a duo, they probably mean like get a duo and enhance it, not like make a duo. He's barding? Yeah. Gotta be sneaky about those farts. I can't believe I got a full silent crystal there. That's sick. That Biseptimus raid coming in. Good luck. I'll be back in 1 minute. It depends on the item if it's non-cap pre-order. So any item that goes to the marketplace queue, this will be a random, right? So, let's look. Let's see if we can find a good item. Right? So there's 4 orders here. 4 people are trying to get it for this price. If one person tries to sell to these 4 orders, it'll be random amongst those 4 people. That's because it goes to the marketplace queue. The registration queue. And while it's in queue, waiting to go to one of those 4 people, you can't overbid them. You can only match them. They do this to try to stop people from sniping items just like one tick above other people. They also do it that way too to try to stop RMT, right? So this way somebody can't be like, okay, I'm going to sell you this item for cheap. You give me some real money. There's no orders currently on it. Go place your order and I'll sell it to you, right? And if it was based on the order of the purchases going up, the orders going up, then it didn't matter if it went to the registration queue and gave a red flag to everyone else. Hey, put your order up on this item. It's getting listed. It would still go to the first person who had their order up, right? So they would be able to RMT that way. That's why they've made it so you can't overcut people. It goes to the registration queue. It basically lets the server know it's going. So anybody who wants that item can go and compete for that item equally, right? Because people aren't going to spend real money to just have a 50-50, 25, 30, 10% chance to get an item. Yeah, we're talking about the person purchasing, though. They're not guaranteed to get the item. Obviously, no matter who has their order up. Actually, I don't think that's true. Because if I were to put an item up, for example, if I were to sell to one of those Tet Debos that I just showed, and all 4 of those people change their mind, they could withdraw their order, and then it would just go to the market. So the seller doesn't get the money instantly. That's not true. Because those people can be like, oh, you know what? I changed my mind. The buyer does not get it instantly. That is not true as well. It'll wait. The buyer doesn't get it immediately. You probably just didn't realize that there was another one coming through earlier. That's why you'll see people, if they have an order up on something and there's other people with an order up, they'll be looking at the registration queue and they'll be like, okay, 1026, that's when it's coming through. And they'll be waiting, right? They'll be doing this at like 1025, waiting to see if they got it. Yeah, that's not true mind capacity. You probably just weren't aware there was another one selling at the same time that came through earlier. Yeah, no, you just misinterpreted the situation, mind capacity. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. Everybody trying to buy a Pen Fallen God's doing exactly that, right? Just spamming the button. You can actually click on the same thing. You don't have to go back and forth, although most people do go back and forth. But if you actually just keep clicking the same button, it still has the same effect, too. No, you basically type the same thing in game. But yeah, the seller doesn't get the money instantly. The buyers don't get the item instantly. It goes into the queue. All the people with their orders up get notified that there is an item coming through, but it will still take that 10-minute mark before it decides who gets it. And if all 4 of the buyers who have orders up decide to change their mind, they can drop the order. And then the item, once it hits that 10-minute mark, will just fill that spot and will now sit on the market at that price. but it doesn't go through instantly to anybody when if it's going through the queue. The situations he thinks it happened, he was probably just unaware. There was another one earlier in the queue, and he just noticed one that was listed later. No, you can't. Yeah, I was just saying that. They did that so you can't, like, overcut people, right? So once an item is going, like, in the case of that Ted Debo, let me pull it back up. Right? Let's say all of a sudden somebody decides to list a Tet Debo for 25.4. All 4 of those people do get the notification. It goes to the registration queue. One of those people can't change their mind and be like, you know what? I don't want to have a 1 in 4 chance. I want to guarantee it. And they can't overcut them. Anybody who wants to place an order now while that item is in queue has to match it. They can't go above it. Yeah, people below it get a notification too, knowing. So if they want to be like, okay, I guess I'll pay a little bit more to have a chance at it, they can go up, but you can't go higher than what the one is selling for. No, they don't get enough credit with how well they've designed the economy in BDO. It obviously has its own issues, but like, when you take a look at other MMOs and the amount of like botting and selling currency that happens in it, they did a really good job to do their best to prevent it. And that's also part of the reason why I think piloting is more popular in BDO versus other games, is because if they could just directly sell silver, then people wouldn't compromise the integrity of their accounts. They would just buy the silver from people, right? But in BDO, since the economy is so closed like that, that is the only way to have other people convert their time into currency and onto your account, right? But it's definitely not nearly as much of a problem as it was way back in the day, specifically the Cacao days. Cacao did very little, and that's probably generous. Very little to combat piloting. I also think that them making pay to win more affordable in BDO, being able to convert real money to silver, I actually think that they are doing that to combat piloting. I think they're trying to outprice people being able to pilot, right? Piloting is paying someone else to log on your account and play it to earn you money, right? It's a super affordable thing to do, but you got to put the trust of the other person being on your account, obviously against the terms of service. But I think pay to win becoming more and more affordable in BDO is PA trying to price out the pilots, because they would obviously rather people give them money, which can go to developing and supporting the game, versus that money, those people who are willing to pay, going to some, third party. I forgot her name. Yeah, Hunter Juju. She's one of the most notable people because she was so blatantly obvious about it. She was grinding in-game while streaming herself, playing Lost Ark, I think it was. So, like, you legit had people on stream standing next to her being like, how is this person grinding in BDO but they're streaming Lost Ark right now? What the hell? These things aren't adding up. And it was funny. It was so funny, too. Because she got a 3-day suspension. I guess they needed to investigate, right? Which is worth doing. And the suspension finished before maintenance. And the ban wave happened after maintenance. So the suspension finished. And she was logged onto her account the night before maintenance. And she had like a smile on her face. She thought she got away with it. And then the next day, banned. Fuck. Absolutely classic. Classic video moment. No. I mean, just because people do things that aren't bad doesn't mean that they're bad people, right? We all make mistakes. She definitely was a nice person. I have no issues with her on a personal level at all. I think she was a nice person. Control F doesn't seem to work. Works for me. I love the search feature. One of the best things they've done. Being able to auto move stuff too. Holy, like, there are so many quality of life things that individually, like, they're pretty good, but you know, you kind of become numb to them. They just become the way. I can't imagine like how miserable we'd be if we went backwards. Imagine if all of a sudden it was 2017 and we had to deal with the lack of quality of life that we have today. Holy, I think we would all quit so fast. So fast. There are so many tedious things. Remember having to do CAPTCHAs every time you wanted to buy something from the market? Oh my god. Silver having to wait, yeah. No maids, so everything had to horse stack. And then your horse would accidentally die at your grind spot. Having a weight stack on multiple coin stack on multiple boats out at Pirates. Man, there are a lot of things that we have forgotten about that were miserable. The buying memory fragment GIF? I don't remember that GIF, no, but man, that's another thing though. Imagine remember having to use memory fragments to reroll skill add-ons, and skill add-ons were random, so they didn't have fixed stats. You could roll anything between like 6 to 10% attack speed, so you would constantly have to reroll, hoping not only you got the right add-on, but you also got the max stat roll on the add-on. Also, characters had random stats every time you leveled, so you could have two same players who are the exact same level, and one ends up having like 300 more HP than the other person. And you might be thinking 300, that's not big of a deal. Back then, we had only like 3,000 HP, so that was like a 10% difference. Or more, 10 to 15% difference, right? Also, your memory fragments, you would have to sit there and do relic scrolls. And then you'd have people trying to scam groups. You were always worried about who was going last. Usually the person who ran the party was always the one who went last. Because sometimes you would do a party and the person who's supposed to go last all of a sudden DCs. Man. I want to say the good old days, but there was nothing good about any of that shit we just listed. Yeah. No enhancement chances. No pity system. No accessories on the market too. And I like that, to be honest. I like the fact that accessories were in famine. If you wanted those accessories to enhance, you had to go to the grind spot yourself. I hated it at the time, but looking back on it, it made every place feel like it had a purpose. Now, everything is just sitting on the market all the time. All you got to do is just go to the best grind spot for the best silver, and you could go buy it, because events will funnel all of those accessories into the market all the time. Playtime? Hit P, go to history, and then click total, right? And then if you mouse over this, it shows your total playtime and your character's playtime. And right here, too, if you mouse over this, this is your account playtime. Found it? What's this? Oh, yes! This is a classic! So we had 2 guilds that were at war on Orwyn. The person in that video that Kinjar just posted, Fixate, he was an Iconic. The guild we're in, Relevant, was at war with them. We were constantly battling with each other. The Relevant core was actually in Iconic, but they broke off because they were having issues. Iconic tried to control Orwyn, and they had like this alliance with other guilds as well. Not only were they originally part of like a 3-guild alliance, Veritas before that, they eventually ended up becoming Iconic. But they tried to be like, okay, this guild is only allowed to grind on this channels, that guild's only allowed to grind on those channels, and they tried to do this thing, and you weren't allowed to go into those other channels or you would get in trouble. Well, the Relevant crew, they went around and in the gillies, back when it would completely hide your name and stuff, and they would go and grief the other guilds on those channels, and then people would be like, I know that was your guild mates, and it would cause drama. Anyways, it caused inter-guild drama. That group broke off, became Relevant, and started battling with Iconic. Well, this is back in the coin stacking days, and Fixate had just finished his grind. He was streaming, and it was time to bring his coins back, his coins and his bandanas back to town. And just as he was going, the boys showed up and sunk his boat, and well, everything else that's in that clip. And the thing is, too, when your boat died, all your coins that were on it, all gone. All gone. So, and the coins were a good chunk of your income. So it... Is that Milkbag there? I bet that is. It is Milkbag! Oh... Oh, shoot. Content like that was so good. It made the game feel so alive. Sometimes you're on the crappy end of it. Sometimes you're on the good end of it. It was that contrast that made the game feel so much more exciting. Remember when you had to secretly trade your crates too, right? If you ever wanted to move your crates from like Calpheon to Valencia, you would never do that shit on stream. Because war targets would be licking their lips. You'd do that shit off stream, or at least hide your stream while you do it. During the chest event, that was a good one too. I think I actually have that streamable. Yeah. That was a fun one too. The Black Rose IRL meetup went crazy with a certain streamer. Yeah, that shit quite literally turned into IRL spot taken. Oh, that was funny too. Yeah. Not just a stare down. So, from what I understand, if I'm remembering correctly, Miz rented that timeshare or B&B or whatever for the event. And after, I think there was like a TwitchCon, you know, they went back, everybody to go chill from Black Rose, and they invited the other people that were there. And Tim showed up and started streaming it. And from what I understand, Miz asked him a couple times to stop streaming. And Tim just asked everybody if they care, and everybody didn't care, but Miz was the one that actually rented it, right? So he really should have been the one that had the final say. But because Tim wasn't listening, he ended up like tackling him at some point or trying to knock his phone out of his hand or something. It ended up being like a little kerfuffle. Yeah. Well, he's a narcissist, right? And same with Joe. And then when you take two narcissists with egos and pair them together, yeah, it turned into the situation that happened between him and Joe. Or in my parents' case, years of court filings. Oh, fuck. Oh, what's this, Joey? Oh, that one. Classic. It's funny, clips like that always age so well. Being a streamer and having a little monologue about yourself is almost never going to go well for you in the end. Never forget it was this one. Oh yeah, the mapping event. To be fair though, I put more of that on Cacao than I do on them. Because there are so many of the people who did get caught up in that were looking for feedback. They were putting in tickets. They were asking the Cacao team wherever they could. And they just ghosted us for that whole week. The people who were trying to report it and the people who were asking if it's legit. Just everybody got ghosted. So that could have... You know, obviously I can't guarantee anything with 100% certainty, but I am certain if they would have put out a notice saying, hey, using this event, I mean, and even though it basically said this at the bottom of the event page, that using events in their unintended way could result in consequences. But if they would have came out and said, just outright, nah, don't do this, you're not supposed to be using these together, they wouldn't have run those maps. Nice stream, mate. I'm trying to be a regular female fan. Oh, you used my favorite word. Girl. That's my favorite word. Yo. Sometimes I go back and watch old video montages and look at the date and I'm like, what do you mean I was in high school? I know, it's crazy. I've been playing this game for... Next year, we will be at a decade. A decade! 10 goddamn years! I'm a different person now than I was then. It's crazy. I hope Pearl Abyss has a pension plan set up for me. I feel like at this point, I should be locked in. What do they call that for teachers when you're locked in? Fuck, what? Tenure. Tenure? No. Yeah? Yeah, tenured. Just glad I didn't have to go through what you're having like 8 to 9 years ago. In terms of quality of life, sure, but so many of my most memorable moments are from back then, because you had that. The game felt so much more like the Wild Wild West. You had beef going on between guilds so heavily, it made the game feel so much more alive. And a lot of the people, most of the people I talk to the most these days are people who we played together through those times. Because those are the people you built the relationship with, right? Because, like, when you're just running your circles, yeah, you can occasionally talk on Discord, but it's not really anything meaningful or anything that's going to build memories. Maybe sometimes you'll have some funny jokes or funny conversations. But back then, right, like, you would join a guild because you wanted to surround yourself with people who had your back, and they would want to invite you because you would have their back. And when an enemy guild came up and rolled up to your spot, you would call your homies, they would call their homies, it would turn into a fight. You would, yeah, it became a much more memorable moment. Go to hell! Oh, Jesus. That is funny. I think you're uneducated and you don't know how to communicate on text. I get messages. I don't know what happened, but I get messages every single day now asking me, "Hey, how you doing? I'm looking for a friend." And then I'm like, "Oh yeah, what's up?" And then about 5 more messages in, "By the way, just in case you're interested in something like this, I do art." Shut up! Fuck off! Get out of here! I have my own artist. Yeah, all the time. All the time. I noticed yesterday I got a message from somebody on a Discord and it did that, and I immediately went to click ignore. And Discord actually a message pop up. Would you like to ignore messages that come from people from this Discord? So I think it's like maybe a new system they've added, because it's not going to happen typically from like the smaller Discords, but when you're in like the Black Desert main Discord and stuff like that, I think that's where they typically go in there to fish, right? Like really big Discords. Release post, Galphion Ball. Savior. That, yeah. Don't tell them about my costume pile, chat. I have over 5 trillion in assets. Between costumes, crons, fail stacking materials, and silver. Hard capped? Everything except armors. Right? Armors I'm time gated on though. I did sell my trash loot, yeah. Oh shit! I didn't turn all that stuff back on. Yeah. Next AFK phase, remind me, Menzies. Is it worth to tap Pen Fallen God armors? No. No. The average cost of making your own Pen Fallen God is something like 6-7 trillion silver, where the average cost of enhancing an Adana armor from base to deck is like 1.5 trillion. So I'm not throwing away thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of grinding to bypass something that is just going to take time. Not happening. Especially since it's such a meaningless amount of stats. Yeah. Buying the Pen Fallen Gods, that's certainly more reasonable, because now instead of it being like 6-7 trillion or whatever it is, it's only like, what was it, 1.7 trillion? That's more reasonable. Still technically a loss, but I still sometimes think maybe I should have bought one. I don't feel bad about not doing it, but I don't feel good about not doing it. I'm still kind of stuck in limbo there. I'm hoping that by the time the Calpheon Ball comes around, I'm full pen. Yeah, most people bought their Pen Fallen Gods. Very, 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 very few people made them. Although, I guess technically for every person that bought one, somebody had to make it. But typically, people didn't actively try to make Pen Fallen God. It's just every time they gave away a ton of hammers, sometimes people would be like, I'm going to drop it on my Pen Fallen God. And occasionally it hit. But the people who actively tried to get a Pen Fallen God, very, very, very few. Imagine not making Pen Fallen God in 2025. Yeah. Did you make one, guys? Let's see all your Pen Fallen Gods. One of these. We need to make a list, you guys. All of these GMs and CMs, they play. They have accounts. They're hiding amongst the community. We need to find their names in-game and grief them. Because they've been doing too much yapping in streams these days. Especially Ronin. Yo, anybody in the Ronin office? Slip in my DMs. Tell me who his main character is. Maybe we can negotiate a deal. I am extremely discreet. They're not allowed to keep that account if anyone finds out. They probably have to immediately change the name of it. That wouldn't be difficult for them to do. Change the family name and the name. Change the character names. Oh, is that VIP Dukes? Dragor is pissed, man. He has been on my ass for the last week. Every chance he gets. He is so mad that you got VIP for beating his ass. He is pissed. I told him, though, and I don't know if he told you. I guess I should tell you if he didn't. That VIP, though, can be taken by Dragor. This is going to be an ongoing battle, so you don't get to hold on to it forever. He sent you a clip. I wonder if it's what... I'll repeat it anyways. But he can challenge you for the VIP. And you don't have to accept it immediately, but you have like a 7-day period to find a time to fight him for it. And if you decline, then he by default wins and he gets it. And at any point, you guys can challenge the other person. So this way, he can fight for it back. Although, I guess he never had VIP. This was the first one. But he can fight for it if he wants to steal it from you. Can I add to it that it has to be done on stream so we can keep... Well, there certainly has to be proof. So if you guys record it and send it to me, we could watch it on stream. It doesn't have to be live on stream, but there has to be proof. Oh, pinks. So a lot of the people who are VIPs in the chat, not all of them, but like Multi, for example, Woodaroo, etc., I'm going to have to revoke a lot of those VIPs because they earn those VIPs by winning either the best in class or the best in trials. So now that we actually have the masterclass happening again, we need to redistribute those to all the new winners. Anybody who wins their finals next weekend will get VIP in chat. Yeah, you gotta lock in. The stakes have now never been higher. VIP in some old man's chat. The stakes have never been higher. Oh, shit. Dang it, why didn't I enter? Yep. They actually should have put that on the PA listing as part of the rewards. VIP in Old Man Zeth's chat. They would have had hundreds of people for each class. That's probably why they didn't. They realized it would have taken way too long to run the tournament. There would have been far too many people, certainly, right? I actually would have deterred signups. Yeah, everybody would have been trying to throw the game. Each match, you'd have everybody coming out like the Wizards punching each other. Old man, why not handsome man? Because I can't say that about myself. But you could certainly say it. I'm not going to stop you guys. You guys can say all the wonderful adjectives you wanted to describe me, as long as they're good. Look at all these stacks. I wish you could devour smaller stacks into bigger stacks. That'd be cool. There's some feedback for the team. Yeah. Oh. Ready for a blast from the past? Hell yeah. Let's hear it. I told my wife, you should send me an SMS instead of a Facebook message. I'll get it. And she sent me a message 30 minutes ago and I didn't get it. She's probably like, that fucking liar! She was probably cussing. Oh, shit. I need to set up like a specific... I'm going to set a specific sound for her. Oh, this one will work for her. Dun 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 dun. I don't hear that very well. Let me know when my character starts burning. Yeah, I'll go with that one. What do I expect from the Calpheon Ball? I try to go into these events with no expectations. Managing disappointment is all about managing expectations, and I think too many people go in expecting something, and that's why they end up disappointed. Based off of previous years, 9 years of data points now, I think it's safe to say Savior will come out. They'll give away a bunch of stuff. I think based off of, like, once Black Stars got replaced, them reducing the pities and the cost of making them, I think we're going to see the same thing happen with Fallen God armors this ball. I think we could see the pities on all of the Fallen Gods drop. I think they'll probably give away a Tet Fallen God as well on top of that. Oh, turn on TTS. Ah! Okay, wait, I'll just do it now. Fuck it. I'm not deep into this rotation right now anyways. Okay, let's see. John, there was something you wanted me to do with one of them too, and I completely forgot to do or something. Do you remember? Can you remind me? Was that for TTS? Okay. No, for TTS there is no reward queue. I have that turned on. Was it something else? Maybe?
So the streamer is an asshole to people asking questions, and his lackeys are a circle-jerking echo chamber who defend him. And a mofo who has spent a Vala gear and wants to ask questions about a very, very in-depth game gets his head bit off. Got it. Pleasant community here.
That is a great one, isn't it? I have a lot of those. It doesn't appear in the list. Okay, edit. Skip reward request queue. If enabled, only future viewers will skip the queue for review. Future viewer requests. Yeah, it's turned on. Here, I'll turn it off and on again. The classic. Look at that. I could do tech support. Yeah, it's funny because, like, a lot of those clips, almost every single one of, like, those messages that I've saved of people, like, the vast majority of them, there might have been a couple where maybe, you know what, maybe I could have gone a little bit easier, but most of them are, like, people wanting me to answer them a very specific way, and then they don't like how they get their answer because they wanted it a specific way, because I'm not serving it to them the way they want it served to them, and then they get all up in their feelings. And I just don't take that shit. I'm not here to kiss your guys' ass. I'm not your normal streamer who's going to just bend over backwards, or you can just be like, here, dance for me, monkey, dance. I don't do that, right? So people will come here expecting that because they will see that from other streamers. And then when they get some sass from me, they're like, they get all up in their feelings. It's supposed to be off? Oh! Okay, I turned it on. It was on. Shit, did I close the page? No, I did not. Okay, okay. I have it off now. Does that work? If you ever want to know the name of a song playing, type in the... Okay. Okay. For the You Died one, it was also on. I'm going to go through these. Bonk is off. Is there any others since I have this open right now? Let's try...
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand. Let's see. Maybe the I'm fine one. No, that one's not in there. Okay, I guess it was just the two there. That should be good now. Can you pre-order songs? No, I don't have song request running. I had it running for a little bit, but I...
Blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum spiggity bomb bomb yes 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 yes.
It's broken, huh? Let me try. Maybe I have to have it on for that. That's interesting. Weird, it's just not working at all now. Oh, I didn't save. Okay, let's try now.
Test.
I guess for text-to-speech, I have to have it skip the queue. I'm not sure why that is, but as soon as it doesn't, then it doesn't work.
Dude, you are grinding for the last 3 fucking hours. How about do something interesting for a change?
I have a whole file of them. Let me read some of these off. Well, I'm out. Got no tolerance for people with such terrible bed manner. Just don't forget that people that sub to you are making you able to stream for a living. Hey, but hey, not gonna resub, so yeah, bye-bye. The thing that was the funniest about that is that man didn't even sub to me. He had his sub gifted to him. I don't remember who that one was. That shit was funny as hell. Oh, here we go.
I do not get why you guys are watching this non-educated streamer with no manner whatsoever. I asked simple question and he replied with insult. I reported you and wish you, Adzethian, a good day. At least he wished me a good day at the end. Ah, that's a funny one. Imagine being a streamer, but having a salty as fuck personality. Never heard a nice thing from you, LOL.
Well, why do you even stream? What do you provide? I bet you only do it so you could tell your kid's dad's got a job and for some tax exemptions. It's funny when people get real personal. They do not see the irony in what they are typing when they make it personal like that. Zeth is the most antipathic streamer and player in BDO. I thought I got a drop there. Fuck off. Just hearing his voice makes me smash the keyboard. I should get a keyboard sponsorship. That one? Oh, that's right. That was a Pistanity comment. Okay, where are the other ones? Here we go. Zeth's the biggest example of a bum ass that mooches off his wife and her company. Her cars, her house, her everything, and thinks he's above all of us. I heard you were a shitty boomer streamer from someone and was like, can't be that bad. Guess he was right. You respond in a shitty way to a question and that's it. Go to hell, old man. Glad I never watched you. And then the same guy, you would never talk like this IRL and you know it, fat fuck. You'd get your shit stomped. Keep it online, buddy. For some reason, I can't swallow Adzethian. I swear, even his voice makes me punch the screen for real. Maybe he's a great guy, but in my eyes, he's just a failed truck driver with a shit tons of luck in BDO and also another PvE bot like Fake Uni or JCoon. LOL, Ellie Giggle. Adzethian, hey bro, are you lifeless or something? Why you stay at a 250 AP place, Arsha, and not letting new players take some advantage of 50% drop rate? You are level 66, you nerd. Go somewhere else. That man was pissed because I was still grinding underwater. Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
I'd swallow at Zethian, if you know what I mean.
Just remember, everyone, I do not have headphones or so I cannot hear what Zethian says back. He is a fucking dweeb. Imagine having everything in the game, plus 1,000 outfits and 400 billion liquid, yet he's still out here hitting mobs like a Pinoy on at 5 a.m. EST. Zethian, my good friend, it's been 8 years since we met, and I want to say from the bottom of my heart, you're a fucking loser. That feels like a Suna message. Suna, was that you? Oh yeah, that's Trep. You're right, that was Trep. That was Trep. Yeah, that was Trep. You're right.
Clueless? Maybe just not cosplaying a damage spreadsheet. Sure, event buffs help squeeze a few more trash, but let's not pretend they don't also turn the grind into easy mode. Deleting packs before mobs even blink lets you run low DP setups you'd never risk otherwise. Running 415 DP in Orzekia with 352 AP? Totally realistic. If you're packing 45 extra AP from buffs and pretending that's baseline.
The real question is, Menzies, who
Imagine
asked?
deciding to be a streamer but having a salty AF personality. Never heard a nice thing from you, lol. Why do you even stream? What do you provide? I bet you only do it so you could tell your kid's dad's got a job, and for some tax exemptions, lol.
Did you just copy that from what I just read, or did you have that saved too? And then here's the last one. 41-year-old man flexing his video game wealth. Jesus Christ, go get a gym membership and work on your life, bro.
Just don't forget that people that sub to you are making you able to stream as a living. But hey, not gonna resub. So yay, bye-bye.
These are messages over the years. I've been streaming for, over 10 years now. And these are just messages that have accumulated over the years. So, they're actual hate watchers. And I collect them like Pokemon. It's funny as hell to me. If you get that personally upset over somebody on the internet, it cracks me up. And fun fact, some of those messages, some of those people do come back and hang out. They do eventually realize that just because we might have beef or argue about one thing one day, that doesn't mean we have to permanently hate each other. I can move on from disagreements. There are some people in that list, though, they don't come back because they can't move on from disagreements. They make it personal and then they go cry in other channels. They'll be more than happy to continue yapping about me in other channels in their own little safe place. But it shows how little backbone they have because they can't put things behind them, and they will only yap when they can surround themselves with other people who are willing to yap with them.
Miserable. Can't find any rotations with enough mobs. People try to fight me and then just leave because they can't kill me, so I don't get any PvP. I can't stand playing the class.
Ah, Suna. He's right. Oh, shit. My wife has a collection of things that I've given her and sent her over the years. Cards and poems and all that stuff. I know, right? Suna and Forest Hunter? Holy. There were so many people in the Musa bracket that I wanted in the finals, but I'm not going to lie. I did want to see a Forest Hunter Suna finals, and we got it.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
I know both Forest Hunter and Suna, though, are super happy that Forrest Gumper didn't join. It would have been over for all of them. That does work.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Forrest ain't gonna show up. There's no shot he doesn't show up. He's gonna be a little tied up at the... Oh, you're gonna actually go and... Damn, he's just putting the evidence in chat. Holy. I was hoping and praying that Neptunes was gonna make it to the finals. That man, holy, you'd think every win he got, that man was winning the lottery. He was going crazy. I would have loved to see him in the finals. I can't even imagine all of the shit talk there would have been if he would have ended up winning the whole thing. That would have been absolute cinema. Yeah, right. Cannabar. Did he end up uninstalling? I think he did, but I mean, right now is a good time to take a break from BDO, to keep it a buck. I mean, it's going to be a month until the ball. There's not really going to be a whole lot going on if you're not doing the AOS season. And it's kind of a good time to mess around on where winds meet. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. I think it's the perfect time to mess around until the ball. Not me. I'll be on BDO. Forest usually wins the ones, but it's a coin flip at best. I just hope I win because I close on my house Friday, and I'm supposed to be helping my wife move. Now I got to do tourney. Yo, Pink's almost had to cancel his wedding. Luckily, the Maywa matches were the following weekend. I'm going to go refresh my cup of coffee. I'll be back. Guys, I'm back. What's going on? I missed something. What did I miss? What did I miss? Was it John's text speech? Oh, the Keikona who? Oh, man, that hurts my throat. Like that. The mic cut out? Good. Saved you guys. Spared your ears. Oh shit, we gotta pop more buffs. Oh shit, our house buff is wearing off too. Hey guys, I'm back. Let the grinding begin. The greatsword? Oh my god! Holy cheek! I mean, what a nice sword! Jesus. I was gonna ask where the hilt for that sword is, but I see it right there. Or the, sorry, not the hilt, the sheath. What game is that anyways? Tolerance, 79 out of 90. Is that a lot of tolerance? Honestly though, the shape of that greatsword, with the center of mass being above the hilt, that shit would be so hard on your wrist. Holy fuck, that's a wrist breaker of a sword design. The sword in that picture that he linked. Just get stronger wrists? Hey, that's why I stream the tournament. Constantly going like fucking dead eyes running circles around each other. Holy! Talk about a wrist workout.
Oh wow, another beautiful day in Black Desert Online. Can't wait to log in. Collect my loyalty points. Grind the same stale mob zones for 3 hours. Get zero drops. And then fail another for weeks all my enhancements. Truly, living the dream.
I'm hungry. Maybe make sure my wife didn't message me while I was upstairs. Nope. My pets are hungry? Oh shit, they are. Not anymore, they're not.
Hey, Zethian, can I use your greatsword to exercise my wrists?
Oh, that picture of Valkia. It goes to show how the lake affects to the weather, eh? It's the Great Lakes there, helping push all that cold air down, or at least push the hot air down. I mean, I haven't looked outside since I woke up this morning, but there was no snow. There's a bit of frost on everything, but no snow. How much accuracy would you say people are running in uncapped large scale nowadays? 0. Running accuracy makes you less effective against the 99% of players, just to be more effective against the 1% of players. 99% of the players are running DR. 1% of the players are running evasion. So, I don't run any accuracy at all. They gave away so much free accuracy that you just don't need it. Those 1% of people out there who are running evasion, they're out there trying to bait people into putting on more accuracy. Because if you can get a guild to put on like 1-2 accuracy crystals just to deal with the, maybe 3 or 4 people who are running evasion, then the other, 90 plus people in their guild are going to be significantly tankier because people have swapped in more accuracy. If people have enough evasion for it to actually matter, then they probably don't really matter a whole lot themselves. And there's tons of classes that have good accuracy e-buffs that if you see one of those evasion people, you just pop your e-buff for them and blow them up. But yeah, they fucked over evasion real hard by how much AP or accuracy they gave everybody. And then there was a ton of people who thought, well, the evasion people are gaining a bunch of DR, but it's like, yeah, but everybody's gaining a bunch of AP too. So the AP canceled out the DR that the evasion people gained, but everybody ended up way ahead in accuracy, so it was just an overall nerf to evasion. Evasion, on the other hand though, evasion did gain more AP than the DR people gained, right? Because instead of using Kudum, they're using, all the same offhand. But the DR people still went up in DR too. So it canceled out a lot of the AP that the evasion people gained as well. But DR's in a rough spot. The vast majority of even evasion classes are just running DR. DR's better. DR is basically better for everyone. There's a couple very nuanced situations, not even classes, but situations where you could make an argument for evasion, but they're very far and few in between. One of the biggest things too is people don't understand how evasion works now. So they'll be fighting somebody and they'll see a couple misses pop up on their screen, and they think that large portions of the damage of their attack are being avoided, and it's not. Even if somebody has a 10% chance to dodge, they're only mitigating 1% of the incoming damage overall. But because of the way they changed evasion, they have created a situation now where if they buff evasion, they can have it accidentally tilt too far in the other direction, because it has a double scaling now. The double scaling really hurts it at anything below like a significant amount of evasion. But if they ever do add a lot more evasion to the game, it's going to scale like crazy, and the evasion people are going to be completely unkillable again. Yeah, typically is better practice if, you know, to complete your thought and type it all in one message and control your impulse of pressing enter every couple letters, every couple words. It's a good habit to develop on Twitch, to try to have a complete thought before you press enter, especially in more active chats. So this way your thoughts aren't separated by other chatters, right? It makes it really difficult to have a conversation with someone if they're typing like a few letters at a time and then it's getting divided by other chatters who are talking. Because now I got to filter through all the messages to try to get it, and it becomes difficult to keep up with that conversation. So it just ends up being something where it becomes harder to pay attention to, and, you know, might end up getting ignored. Where a full, complete thought, I can get, you know, hopefully all the context I need in the message, and then properly respond to it. Yeah. I notice this when talking with streamers too. Whenever I type a message in like Choice's chat, Biceptimus's chat, Blue's chat, anybody's chat, I try to make sure that everything I want to state, like the context leading up to my question as well as my question, is all in the same message. So they can read the whole thing and then respond to it accordingly. And even then, you'll sometimes have streamers, they'll read half your message and then respond to it. And then they might not even read the second half. It's like they forgot that there was still more to it. And then you didn't even get the answer that you wanted out of them. But, you know, we all do our best. There's so many conversations usually going on at the same time. As a streamer, I completely understand. The streamer, though, that I have the worst time with is probably Blue Squadron. When I type messages in his chat, I will do the same thing, right? I'll try to make sure all the context and everything is in the one message, so he doesn't have to go filtering through his chat to see multiple messages to try to get like the full context of what I'm asking or saying. But he will actually just misread what I type to, which I find kind of ironic since he used to be a teacher. It kind of cracks me up that he's actually the most notorious person for doing that. But yeah, you're as streamers, especially when your chat gets more active, like Biceptimus's Choices, Blue Squadrons. You know, you got lots of conversations, lots of thoughts. You're kind of juggling around in your head at the same time, trying to maintain multiple conversations. Everybody coming in with like their own reference point as well. Sometimes like it can be difficult to, and like no body language, right? Body language, inflection in voice, all of that stuff goes a long way at helping you communicate, and you don't get anything, you don't get a lot of that through text messages. So I never take it personally or anything. I never get frustrated with it. I understand this is just the, you know, it comes with the territory. There's somebody else who misreads as well and always makes the opposite of the statement. Yeah.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skip you don't do skip you want don't do skip you could don't do skip you don't do skip you want don't do skip you could.
Also, using mentions and replying, right? Like if you're replying to someone else in chat, clicking their message, clicking the reply button and typing it, I think goes a long way. Because when like people are talking to each other and talking to me at the same time, sometimes it could be hard to filter out, was that question for me? Or were they just having a conversation amongst each other? So as a viewer, using those is a great tool if you're having conversations amongst each other. Otherwise, sometimes I might read a message. There have been times, I'm super guilty of this, where you guys are having a conversation with each other and something, it seems like it relates to another conversation I'm having with somebody in chat, and they don't use the reply or the thread thing. And I think that's the statement they just made is about what I just said, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And they're like, no, I'm talking to this person. Shut up, old man Zeth. I'm like, oh, okay. Just, it's funny because you don't realize it, but all of these things are like, it's the same thing with real life. They're just like different communication skills you use online that you build, right? You don't realize in real life when you're communicating with people, there's little skills you learn over time. You don't even realize you're doing. It's the same thing on Twitch. There's little skills that help better communicate with both each other in different chats and with the people you're trying to communicate with, like the broadcasters if you're in a channel. Yeah. Kappa was used, yeah, to portray sarcasm, right? Because the biggest thing with sarcasm is like delivery, right? Delivery is huge, and it's hard to get that same delivery through text. So Kappa was like a perfect replacement for it. Journalists? I haven't talked to many of them. Any of them. I don't know.
You'd think journalists would be great at communicating. Maybe it's an effort, right? They're all fighting to make their content as appealing as possible. So through the editing process, they try to crunch it down and remove what they feel is unnecessary. But they end up at the same time removing some of the context that maybe not necessarily is important to the point, but is important to the thought process of the person making the point, right? Because understanding how someone thinks can dramatically change how you feel about what they say. And I don't think people put in enough effort to try to understand how people are thinking. And we all think differently. Not even just the two sides to every story. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, you might have a very similar, like, in terms of a specific topic, you and 10 other people might all agree on it, but come to that conclusion in completely different ways. And understanding, like, through dialogue with people and having that conversation, trying to understand how they think, it might help all of you have a much more complete picture on why you guys agree upon what you agree upon, right? Because you will start to understand all the different ways you guys came to the same conclusion. Here's a good analogy, right? If you constantly take one road to the grocery store, you know where the grocery store is, you know where your house is, you know where you started, you know where you ended, but you don't know the city if you're constantly taking that one road. But if you take a bunch of different roads to that once again, you still know where the grocery store is, you still know where your house is, but if you start taking a bunch of different routes, you will understand the city more, right? Or your neighborhood. I don't leave my house.
Thanks Socrates, you're so wise.
Coming to the same conclusion is crazy in this economy. All we do is contribute one brain cell to the hive mind. Yeah. It's so polarized and tribal. You're either with me or against me. People need to realize that you can, in the vast majority of cases, actually, let me start over. In almost every single case, you might disagree with somebody on one thing, but you probably agree with them on most things. But for some reason, people, they find one thing that you disagree with, and now it's like, okay, well, I guess that's the end of our friendship. You have to perfectly mimic my beliefs, or we can't be friends. Which is super weird to me. Opposes Guardian buffs. Yeah. I oppose Guardian buffs, but I don't oppose making Guardian more buff. Now how do you feel? Now you're real confused about me. No, Guardian, joking aside, Guardian does need some love. Everybody's so fast now. If you sped Guardian up, it would just run out of abilities too. You'd actually have to give it some more abilities. I'd like to. I loved Awakened Guardian. You don't like Awakened Guardian? Nothing. Absolutely nothing changes. Oh, 1 second.
Okay, sorry about that, chat. I'm back. Wife just gave me a call. She's trying to figure out lunch. Duck could probably use a little bit more protection. I don't know about Guardian. Sorry, Awakening. Awakening could permanent rotate SA if it really wants to. I don't know if I would say more protection for Suck Guardian, though. I think the thing that makes a class like that feel like it's as unprotected is because of how good classes are at punishing forward guards now. There are some classes where that shit is just handed to them for free. A forward guard might as well be unprotected. Like, they don't even have to worry about positioning behind it, right? Like, you have something like Awaken Wusa. They legit, if they know a class is heavy forward guard, they constantly will just try to live beside you, and they will throw that stream of flowers through you non-stop every time it's available. Because they know the second you throw a forward guard, they're instantly catching with it. They don't have to try to position behind you or anything. Suckdosa's fantastic at it. Hash is good at getting behind it. Awaken Megu, which is not as popular, obviously fantastic at it. Some classes just get it. Being able to get behind forward guards handed to them. Most other classes have to work to get behind forward guards. Like, if a Musa and Meiwa gets behind your forward guard, they earned that shit, right? They knew the matchup, they saw what you were doing, they predicted what you were about to do, and then they positioned themselves to get behind it. You have no one to blame but yourself when they get behind your forward guard. But then you have other classes, like those ones that I just mentioned. It's just free. At that point, it's not a skill thing. They just press the buttons. They press the buttons enough that it eventually got you anyways. What the hell? How many times I gotta click that thing? There we go. Oh, they've been fast for a long time. Yeah, I fought Force Hunter and Suna quite a bit. And most Suck Mooses, not a big deal, but those guys, they're fuckers. To say the least. The difference between like Suna and Force Hunter and the other Suck Mooses is Suna and Force Hunter are super patient. Where other Suck Mooses, they get impatient, and then you punish them for it. But they don't mind. They don't mind legit if they're just trying to make sure they kill you and they don't want to give up any kills. They do not care about just constantly, you know, running from you and forcing you to make a mistake. Yeah. Oh, the biggest thing is not letting them get back attacks. You lock yourself in a Rift Storm or Dimensional Compression, you let them get back attacks. I mean, that's the equivalent to them comboing you while you're on the ground. They will chew out 60-70% of your health in one ability, or at least it feels like one ability. They're actually a pretty solid class at dealing with Awakened Sage when played properly, and when not played properly, they fall over. I have mad respect for Suck Mooses.
Yeah, I like this spot. Oh, you'll get here eventually. Quicker than you think. Progression's pretty fast these days. Maybe. But enjoy your progression, right? Don't worry so much about the destination. Focus on the journey. That's the whole purpose of MMOs. Yeah, most of the combat in the game didn't look too appealing to me. There are some situations or classes that look, okay, that could be okay. But most of it just kind of looks bland to me. But it definitely has some cool systems in regards to the overall gameplay. I think it'll be something good for people to occupy their time with until the Calpheum Ball and see what happens there. Yeah. I don't know if Pearl Abyss will go back and start focusing more on more organic open world content or allowing more open world organic content. So far, Pearl Abyss doesn't strike me as a company that likes to admit when they've made mistakes. But, so, like, I'm not going to hold my breath hoping that they dial back some of the changes they've made in regards to that. But, you know, maybe one day they'll surprise us. There certainly should be a good middle ground in between what we had and what we have now. I don't know why. What do you mean by Agris? Yeah, for sure, Cavell. People don't understand that there is a middle ground. You have just both sides screaming at each other across the middle ground, completely ignoring that it exists. See, and that's how do I phrase this without it coming off as insulting? I don't mean this offensively, but it's kind of like a problem with how you framed it in your brain. Agris is something that should be looked at as something that's extra on top. Your normal grind is without Agris. Agris is just extra money on top. Kind of like rested XP in games. And the money is not bad without Agris. You still make fantastic money. Even without Agris. Right? You typically only have 1 hour of Agris a day. And if you take a look at the difference between using Agris and not using Agris, it just means that 1 hour, maybe you're making an extra, what, 800 mil for that 1 hour? Oh, thank you. The problem is that PA is spoiled its players a lot. And that's another thing, too, that's weird. Kind of touching on that same thing with the Agris, that same mentality. Like, we'll have an event that is super good and people love it, and then maybe the next event after that isn't as good, and people are like, this event sucks. Oh my god, I can't believe PA would do this. It's like, huh? You do realize both of these things are just extra on top, right? Like, they expect, like, every event has to be equal to or better than the previous event. It's such a weird way of looking at these events. Yeah. I think Destiny, I think that was a good choice too. I think penalizing people who want to play your game heavily is a bad way to go. Penalizing your people who are the most involved and involved and committed to your game is so counterintuitive and self-destructive behavior for your game. I think it is really good to reward people who have limited play schedules, but you should not be punishing people who are really committed to your game. You definitely should have systems, though, that help the casual players. You know, they're never going to keep up with the hardcore players, but should they? Like, I don't think you should create an environment where people who are casual can keep up with the hardcore players. It's good to create systems in the game where they can compete with each other equally. And, you know, we have that in the form of having various forms of capped content like Solaire, right? Doesn't matter if you started playing a month ago or you've been playing for 10 years, you're on an even playing field. It's good to have stuff like that in the game. But to try to extend it across the whole game where your casual players are always going to keep up with your really committed players just will make your committed players not feel like it's no longer worth it. How many hours I have? Too many. Way too many. Yeah. Add a 0 to that, and you're still not at my hours. 76,172. I don't do a whole lot of life skilling. I'm 2K away from 50K and I'm way far behind you. But I bet you a much larger portion of your game time, because that's total online time, right? I bet the portion of your active play time to AFK time is way lower than my active play time to AFK time, right? And that's where that difference manifests itself the most. You grind 10 to 12 hours a day, there's no shot you're that far behind me then if you're at 50,000 hours. You may... I was about to say... I didn't want to say it, but thankfully you said it for me. I was going to say there was probably some bad decisions made, but... Luckily, as soon as you typed that gambling, I was like, okay, yeah, you said it for me. Perfect. I don't have to look like the asshole here. Thank goodness. Whew! No. That is a byproduct of the pity system, right? The pity system has created this environment now where you have like this very streamlined progression. It's kind of like an XP bar for your gear, where you can get it early, but otherwise you're just filling an XP bar and you will eventually get it. And that is definitely made... It's definitely limited how punishing it can be going for certain items relative to how it used to be, but at the same time it's reduced how impactful hitting something does feel, right? So definitely a good change for the game overall, but like we will never have those absolutely monumental moments like the day Marky Boy hit a Penn Layton, for example, because now it's no longer a system where will I get it? If I get it? Now it's always a when I get it, right? Everything is now a when I get it, because you can see that constant progress towards it. Oh yeah, especially the Manos stuff. Depending on how much progression we get this upcoming year, who knows, maybe I'll start working on my Manos stuff. Maybe I should start buying a piece of Pen Manos. I don't know if I'll, you know, enhance it. But maybe I should start paying attention for whenever a Pen Manos, or sorry, a Deck Manos gets listed. Deck Preon. Man, I'm still living in the past. Maybe if I see a Deck Preon get listed, maybe I should start picking it up. How many titles? I don't think I have that many titles. If you want somebody who has like lots of titles and energy and stuff like that, Kanjara in chat is the collector. I have 1,318. Prime Video was Elvia Oryx era. It's funny because depending on who you ask and when they played, they'll all say a different time. That's definitely a notable spot for a lot of people. If you ask like the OG players, some people will say Sawsons, some people might say Pirates, some might say Gatekeepers. It really depends on, like... Prime BDO is super subjective. Depending on who you ask and what was going on at the time in their gameplay experience. Helms Underground, that's what I'm talking... This man knows! I loved Helms Underground. When they first added castle buffs to the game too, and I was grinding Helms, holy... I was making so much money. They had no idea. Those ancient guardian seals. Gahaz too. Yeah, I forgot about that. I used to do a Kadri Gahaz rotation where I would run through Gahaz, kill the elites, go through Kadri, do the elites, and then swap channels. Do it again. And then I would rotate through like 4 or 5 different channels. Getting those Serps next to sell. One of the most memorable points in my BDO history actually was doing exactly that. And I was off stream, Blade Bokes was off stream, and Blade was doing it too, and we ran into each other on the same channel. He was in the middle of attacking one of the elites on the channel, and I attacked him and killed him. And he ended up getting credit for the kill, but he didn't respawn, so the loot was sitting there on the ground. And back in the day, I don't know if this still exists, but back in the day, after a certain amount of time, the loot would become lootable for anybody. And he just laid there on the ground, and I waited, and eventually I looted the elite, and I looted the Serap necklace from it. And yeah, it was kind of funny, kind of a funny moment. He ended up popping up on stream like a week later mentioning it, and he was like, you know, I was kind of pissed off at you for a while for that. Necklace. Sorry, not necklace. Necklace. Fuck. I hate you guys. Always making fun of how I say things. Yeah, you can't even sell them. I have 2 in my market I can't list because I've been waiting forever for these 2 to sell. They should let old accessories be meltable into crons. 5 crons here, 10 crons there. Please. Right? If the min price of the neck is 4, like make it 2 crons. Right? You can melt it down into 2 crons. That's more than the neck is worth. Nah, we have more than enough ways to get Dekia fuel. We don't need more. Make Debo Dekia fuel? This is my thought. I want them to add a new alchemy stone, and instead of using like Vel's powder and stuff, you actually use Debos to recharge it when they add the new elk stone. Because we do need more demand on Debos. Yeah. Oh, there's a new elk stone coming. We should have had it already, but they didn't release it because they didn't want to eliminate the FOMO that whales have to try to do Caphras. And instead, they pretended like they did it for the whole environment. I hope you players realize that this thing that they tried to guise as a favor to help you guys prevents you guys from doing Tenebrom and Caphras and Orbita. If they added the new alchemy stone, you would have got more stats and you would be able to do those things already. But they withheld that because they didn't want people to be able to go do Caphras without having deck weapons. Same stone? No, they're going to add a new alchemy stone for sure. There's no doubt about it. You got to remember, they're going to be adding 5 more castles that there needs to be a higher gear requirement for. And you currently need max AP in order to do the 5th castle. Do you know the stats? No, we don't know the stats. I suspect it'll be up to 10 more AP and potentially more DP. They don't need to add DP to it, but I think the next 5 castles will be 2 more AP each castle. That's my prediction. Right? You need, let me turn this off. Right? You need 395 currently for the 5th castle. And the new alchemy stone will scale from 13 AP, or 3 AP up to 13. And then Castle 6 will require 397, then 399, 401, 403, and then 405 for the 10th castle. And they already have plenty of headroom available for DP requirements on those castles, right? Because currently you just need my DP, 460 for this castle. But there's already, what, 5, 6, so 11, 17, 23 more DP available to me. So they have they have 23 DP to already work with in regards to requirements for the next 5 castles. But they have no AP to work with. So the Alchemy Stone will most certainly have more AP. And think about all the content they've been changing, too. They have been changing everything to be, like, deck enhancing, right? Whether it's our accessories, our weapons, or our armors. They'll do the same thing with the Alchemy Stone, right? Where you cron it, it'll go from base all the way up to deck. Has nothing to do with the old alchemy system. Boom. Also, fun fact. Each one of these pieces of armor, whether it's the chest, the boots, the gloves, or the helmet, they're all associated with one of the first 4 castles. We do not have anything associated with the 5th castle. The 5th castle is also the Great Alchemist. Khafra is noticed as the Great Alchemist or something like that. He's the one that like invented alchemy or some shit like that. So it just makes sense that the Alchemy Stone will be correlated with him and his castle. Someone listen to the story? A little bit. I like the story. Believe it or not, BDO has some fantastic story going on. They're just not fantastic storytellers. And the story is split up amongst bits and pieces that slowly get delivered to you like once a year. So it's hard to remember everything over the previous years. Because, you know, there's these large gaps between, you know, when the next step is delivered to you. For those of you who don't know, I don't know if they've still been working on it, especially with Grimkill not playing BDO anymore. But there was the, what was it called again? The, God, what was the name of that YouTube channel? The Grim Verdict Podcast. And they went through a ton of the lore for BDO. And they're doing a great job with the storyline. I really enjoyed going through the story. And in Adania, for sure. Verdict still creates lore content? Perfect. If somebody wants to link his YouTube channel and stuff, if you guys just want something to listen to, if you don't want to listen to Old Man Zeth fucking yapping about who knows what, and you want to actually catch up with the lore going on in the game, check out those channels. Grim quit BDO? Yeah, in the meantime. Honestly, anybody who says they quit, I don't truly believe they quit until, like, at least 6 months have passed. Most people usually end up coming back. Actually, you know what? I'll even go as far and say 8 months. Because usually, as soon as the next piece of content comes out, they're immediately back. And to me, that's not quitting. That's just taking a break. To me, there's a difference between quitting and taking a break. The vast majority of people, they're usually back within just a few months. Ooh, I think I just heard something upstairs. I think my food's here. I'm so hungry. I can't believe we got a full silent crystal today. That is sick. Quick little 7.5 bill, huh? He quit because the current state of pay to win. That's the thing, though, is the current state of pay to win has been that way for a while now. It's not like it just happened a little bit before he quit. It's been going on for a while. We've been sliding down the slope. Maybe we weren't as far down the slope as we are now, but the slope has been just as steep the whole time, and we've been sliding down it. So... And the fact that he took his ejection point from the game, it just happens to be when there was a convenient time for him to quit, that being Battlefield 6 release, is also, you know, it tells me that you haven't truly quit. There's just something more convenient for you to be doing in the meantime. But as soon as that convenience wears off, that's when those people who leave in that capacity typically come back. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with taking a break. In fact, I wish more people would just take a break from the game instead of forcing themselves to play it and end up resenting the game. There's other things out there to do. Don't burn yourself off out on the game and make yourself mad at it. Take a break when you need to and play something else. Okay, I will be right back. I can't force myself to grind. I even downloaded WoW. Yeah. That's, I downloaded WoW a little bit ago because I wanted to remind myself the, you know, achievements and stuff that I did. And it was kind of a fun little trip down memory lane. But, yeah, I very quickly uninstalled it and refunded my subscription. Cavell. Oh. I think as long as it's within like the first little bit. You have a very short window to do it. Blizzard is Activision. They're owned by Activision. Ooh. There we go. Finished my burger. Where's Dragor now? I'm Dragor about to be typing. You're eating again? Where's Dragor at? Yeah. Bon appetit. Good eating? Something like that. Okay. Something a little more upbeat. I like you, Bon Jovi. But not quite the vibe I want. Did you ask for a song before? I typically don't like doing song requests manually. Because if I do it for one person, then I need to start doing it for everybody, or people start getting upset because they're like, oh, how come they did it for him and not for me? And then they get angry. So it's just easier to not do it. Also becomes a big hassle for me to be manually doing it all the time. It also ends up derailing and
Have you ever had a
yo, what's up, Tragic? Thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you for using that Prime. I appreciate that. But yeah, when I start doing that, other people start wanting me to do their songs, and now I feel like a dink if I don't do everybody's. And then you end up having people requesting ridiculous songs like Enormous Penis Song, and the whole vibe has now been derailed. So I'm just here to derail the vibe. I need to take the time, though, to get the song request stuff working again. We'll see if the issues that I was having back then come back.
Ooh.
45 stream streak. Yeah. You should see some of the streaks we have in here are... Actually, I think Kanjar lost his, which is tragic. And it was silly, too, because he was there. I did a double stream that day, and he did come for the second one. I don't know why it didn't register it, but that shit was bullshit. And I thought they were... Listen here, you little shit. I thought they were supposed to give you tolerance, like if you miss a stream, then you're good. As long as you don't, like, miss multiple streams. There we go. I'm done eating. I feel great now. The Dales of Workers? I don't know. That's a good question. I can't even remember the last time I sold a worker. Yo, what's up, Thantos? You're at Nepomare? Just chilling at Frogs here. Had a pretty good grind today. Got a hand crystal. Also got a full silent crystal. Yeah, you got 6 years on you. Yo, what's up, Dragor? Perfect timing. You just came back. I just finished eating. I was just waiting. I was like, I literally just sat down to have my lunch. I didn't even have breakfast. Dragor is going to pop in now and hear me eating, and I'm going to hear him be like, "You're eating again?" It's like, oh, fuck. And then I realized you weren't here, and I'm like, now Dragor is living rent-free in my head. My life's really falling apart. Even when he's not here, I'm hearing his messages. That's a fucking problem. By the way, Dukes was in here saying he agrees to the condition of that VIP. His one condition is it has to be public. I said it doesn't have to be live. You guys could just record it too. That's fine as well. So when you want to yoink that VIP back from him, it's yours for the taking. If you can take it. Okay, you cracked me up with that comment. You didn't kick me still, so hey, you know what? You're a super talkative guy, and you probably are sharing a lot more information than most people would, but you know, you're not being a problem. You're not causing issues. Some Canadian guy, he said you were schizo? Hey, I'm Canadian. He's a Velk. Oh, Canadian Corgi? Was that Canadian Corgi? That's my GM. Oh, shit. That is too funny. That's the GM of the guild I'm in. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Is this Averona? No. Kind of similar in a sense, but definitely a different output style. Or maybe not, sorry, similar output style, different content of messaging would be more accurate. You adore Avril? Avril Lavigne? Even if she married the Nickelback guy? Oh, that's it. I might have to kick you out of my chat, too. I hate chat after that? Okay. Never mind, you're back. Saved. Whew. I was hovering over the button. It was almost over. Oh, gotta go stand by the tree. Oh, shit. Long story short, I discovered Korea. I'd hate to see the long form. But if you could, what level do you think you'd be? What if our age is our level? That make you what, 35? Level 35? Yeah. The time I want to spend around my family is relative too. There's some family members that any amount feels like too much. Yeah. Your chest is gone? Like your chest or your like a treasure chest? Oh yeah, I flex my chest too while I'm grinding, depending on the arm my character is using. I make those pecs jump. 4,500 kilometers in the last 40 days? Holy jeez, you're a unit. How fast you walk? You must walk really fast. You're probably walking, what, like 60 kilometers an hour? 70 kilometers an hour? 7+ kilometers per hour? With broken shoes. Holy! Yo, I bet you got those Crocs and you put them in speed mode before you go too. With the parachute open? Jeez. That'd be risky on a windy day. I'd try that on a sunny one, though. Guess Selena Gomez's first name? Wednesday? If her last name's Gomez, why not? Marie. Oh, okay. That's close. If you flip the M upside down, it's a W. Oh, Hex Marie. Wait a minute. You think they're related? No? Yeah, it's probably a good thing. I find Hex Marie terribly attractive. Definitely not Selena, though. Hex Marie definitely would not sing. She would scream, though, for sure. She is a witch, after all. That's what they do. Baby? Oh, yeah. What about Justin Bieber, then? Baby, 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 oh. Man, talk about a song that haunts you. There was a certain era of Justin Bieber music. I didn't mind it.
Have you ever had a dream?
Like there was one song that had what's his name, John Leguizamo, in the music video. That song I actually liked.
You wanna know? This you can you can know. This you wanna know? This you can
31 years, holy schmoly.
31 years, holy schmoly indeed. Sorry? Yeah, I think that actually was the same, on the same album as the one I'm referring to. Maybe if it's even the same song. I'm actually pretty sure it was the same album. Do you know Dragor there is an artist? Cabal. Is that what my chat is? Is my chat the bathroom wall now? My mom said, my mother said, when I was younger. Your mom said, your mother said? How would your mom know what your mother said? Were they friends? Oh. Oh, okay. She is? Huh. You have proof? With a what? Doki. Oh, that's like dookie, right? That's like another way to say poop. Is that what women do? Yeah. The hero of Calpheon? That's Jordine, isn't it? Or is he the enemy of... I don't know now. Can't remember if he's the good guy or the bad guy anymore. It's like a roller coaster.
I used to take so long on the toilet, but ever since we got a bidet I can kiss my constipation issues goodbye. I just hit maximum water pressure, shoot it right up there, and shoot it back out. According to my wife, there isn't a part of the house you can't hear it from, which is certainly a bonus.
here she comes. Boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. You've been grinding without add-ons? Oh my goodness. What about reforms? Did you set those? Because they just reset those recently. Or reforges, not reforms. The best activity to get the seals? Kinjar earlier was saying he was getting a crazy amount gathering. Pone's a mod? Yeah, I can't remember why I gave Pone mod.
Hello Zeth. Good evening, sir. Have you seen anyone escape from the mental hospital nearby? Tall guy, bit confused, knocks on doors asking the same question. If he shows up here, don't let him in. He's crazy.
Huh. Hey Dodo, where are you from? What country? I think you said something in French earlier, right? Croatia, okay. Lost 1 liter of blood as a 3.5-year-old. I'm pretty sure that's all the liters of a 3.5-year-old. Ponecox is about to have a new best friend because Ponecox typed the same way, except he doesn't type like 100 messages every hour. But they speak almost identically.
What does the WAP stand for, by the way? WhatsApp? Oh, I was thinking of something else. No, no. Something somebody else invented. What's her name again? Yeah, Cardi B. There you go. Get a bucket and a mop for some. If you were an AI, though, how would you take over the world? What do you think would be the best way to go about it? Kindness? Oh, hell yeah. Care? Giving? Woo. That's what I'm talking about. Sajakabuna, what is that? Is that like a type of food? Oh. What's your favorite act of kindness? Working for free, huh? Yeah. And if you were a genie, would you give more than 3 wishes, or would you still cap it at 3? Forever? True. Right? You might have to put a time limit on when you can ask for the wishes. Can't have the man waiting forever. You guys just need to sit back and actually enjoy a proper conversation. You guys could take a lesson or two here. Just because you guys aren't, you know, evolved enough to be on the same wavelength as us. John. So, Dodo, how many words per minute can you type? Loch Ness. Noodles? What's your favorite kind of noodle, though? I need time. I'd need time too after all that. Who wouldn't? I know. If I ever eat like a lot of pasta, I definitely need time. I usually just sit on the couch and I need time to digest, you know? You adore Korea? Yeah, I like Korea too. What do you speaking of Korea, what do you think of K-pop Demon Hunters? I bet you're a big fan. Damn, Berserk, hell yeah. Oh, Berserk, shit, chat. We were gonna ask Berserk something yesterday, and I completely forgot what it was. Cause Berserk, you're on console, right? Fuck, what was that question we thought of yesterday? We're like, Berserk would know. God damn it, I can't remember. What class do you play, Dodo? Mystic and a mage and WoW. What's your favorite spell on Mystic? Always Awakening, barely did any suck? Oh, okay.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Let's see, defensive, offensive, or combined, or cleaning. I don't know, you pick. Yeah. So, when you customized your Mystic, did you customize it as if it were your waifu, or did you customize it as if it was a battle companion? Yeah. You gotta be careful, though. If you make her too strong, you might end up becoming the companion. That's why I made my Guardian super strong. Shakira and Usher? Holy, what a collab. Burzip? What is that? Is that the song? The invasion is beginning. Okay, I have to go hit the restroom. I'll be right back. Do me a favor, Dodo. Keep an eye on all these chatters. They're kind of making a lot of noise here. It's making it real difficult to concentrate. I'll be right back. Okay, chat. I'm back. Yeah. I feel like it has to be AI or something, Dodo. You? Because some of the messages, the length of some of the messages that you're chaining in succession with each other, I can't imagine a person sitting there and typing them out that rapidly for as long as you've been doing it. At this point, I feel like we got to figure out a test. I feel like we got to figure out a way for you to prove. For one, you got to kind of dial it back. Chat is being overwhelmed. But we got to figure out a way, because, yeah, I am thinking this has got to be a bot. What kind of tests can we have them do that can't be fulfilled by a bot? I'm going to show you a picture of a bunch of different fire hydrants. Sorry, a bunch of different pictures, and you got to tell me which ones have fire hydrants. Yeah. Sorry, I almost have the picture ready here. So, I'm going to label each one of these pictures 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I need you to tell me which one, or which ones, there could be more than one, has a picture of a fire hydrant on it. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm just putting the labels on it. Okay, there we go. Which picture has the fire hydrant on it? Okay. I do recall. Yeah, sorry, that was unfair of me. Sorry, I think I grabbed the wrong picture. Okay. New picture. Once again, how many fire hydrants are in this picture? Okay. Badge does not have this type of stamina. He does type like him, but he does not have this stamina. Yeah, no, it's not difficult to write like that. But to write, like, scroll up, right? You can't even get to the top of it. This has been going on for over an hour now, nonstop. Like, this requires full attention with, like, not even taking a moment to take a drink. And, like, when I ask something, he responds very briefly, and then it starts kind of just spitting out, I want to say gibberish, but, you know, whatever's coming to his mind, like, nonstop, and it just seems random. It's like it'll pick one word from the previous message and then diverge on something completely different in the next message. And it's been doing that nonstop. Node War started? I think Node War did just start in EU. Are you on any type of medication, Dodo? Are you supposed to be on medication? Well, I don't care about other people. Like, random people will say whatever. What about a doctor? Doctors manipulated you for 13 years? What? Why did the doctor say that?
Do it! Just do it!
Dodo, what is the square root of 3 to the 10th decimal place?
Do you consider shrooms and marijuana medication?
Dodo, what were your prompts? This is a technical question.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely don't put your phone number in chat. You don't know who out there is going to get your phone number. Make sure you keep your personal information to yourself. Yeah, but that's a lot of hassle. You don't need that in your life. Yeah. There's little things like that, Dragor, that are like, yeah, throw me off as well. Where I'm like, okay, maybe. How old do you think the crypto coin is? You went to Corgi's chat and checked, John? Yeah. What happened in Biceps chat? Same kind of deal, Kinjara? And how long ago was that? The 4th. Okay, so about a week ago. Maybe I'll check Norelio's chat. So he probably went from Corgi's chat to Biceptimus's, right? What other streams were you in today, Dodo? Cinna. Who's Cinna? Ah, okay. I'm gonna keep it a buck, Dodo. And I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But there are things that make you feel like you're a bot. And there are things where I'm like, huh, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem bot-like. But your conversation is very erratic and all over. And it makes it difficult to participate in the conversation that you are having.
Talk in chat prompt.
Are you taking breaks? Are you taking time to like go to the bathroom and eat and stuff like that? Because if you've been doing this nonstop, like, you're kind of going crazy. Like, believe it or not, it takes a lot of effort to just be typing like random things, saying random things nonstop as rapid as you've been for as long as you've been. Like, I challenge any of you in chat. Well, maybe I don't challenge any of you, but like, just try to do that yourself. Yeah, no, I definitely could not either, Loch Ness. And this is the thing, Dragor, you're only typing one word per message. You're not doing it even half as rapidly as he is right now. I'm on a laptop, hold my beer. Okay, here we go. I think he's been at it for hours trying to hide. That's why I'm like, this has to be a bot. That the stamina to do that is unreal. And I am worried. I am going to keep it a buck. I am worried, Dodo, that you're an actual person. There's something going on. I feel like you need some rest. No, he wasn't comparing you... Dragor, I think you missed what he was saying. I think he was talking of, like, how you were attempting to type wasn't nearly the same. If you need to shoot, no, man. Like, you're not causing any problems. And if you're having issues, we don't need to make anything worse. But it is a bit overbearing. Like I said, I'd like to be able to socialize and talk with you, but it's tough to keep up with the conversation because you're pretty erratic in your thoughts. And it definitely it also makes it very difficult for other people to participate in chat or ask questions or have a conversation. Yeah, I don't know, John. The way he responds to my messages, my voice, responds to you guys in chat, responds to images on screen. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bot. Like, there are some things that... Yeah. What's your family name in game, Dodo? And what region do you play on? Okay. Is that... How do you type that exactly? I'm not finding that family name. The new Frankenstein movie? I have not, no. Yeah, that family name you typed is not in-game. Okay, Kylie Tome, let's see. That does not show up either. Oh, wait. Did I spell that wrong? I'm not getting any search results. Where did you get those results? Oh. Oh, okay. Main character Mystic. Yeah, that correlates with everything he's been typing too. Between the family name, him saying his favorite is a Mystic. Prefer Kudo? Oh. What's the name of your Kuno? Yo, Dodo. I'm gonna log into EU right now. I want you to come to me and come to me in game. Where? It'll be in Velia. Let's meet me at the blacksmith in Velia on, we'll say Calpheon 4. Oh, are you in Calpheon? I can come to you if you want. Huh, I actually remembered what channel I was on. Holy crap, I'm rich. Look at me, I have 1 billion silver. Hey, teacher. Wait, why can't I interact with this well? I'm not in Elia right now. I have done the Magnus on this character. See? Got my Magnus ability right here. I'm not on a node board channel though, so I should still be able to use the Magnus. Jump in? I should be able to interact with it and then pick where I need to go. Here, I gotta drop party. Don't you have drop party to use the Magnus? Oh, you don't? Oh, shoot. Of course, I took the long way around. Yeah, I'm coming to Caltheon. Oh, thanks, Jaguar. I wish somebody would have told me earlier. Okay. Remember, come to Calpheon 4. I'll meet you at the storage keeper. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where you're getting the time to do your quests. You're spending all your time in my jet. I feel like your questing is going real slow today. Yeah, I'm on to you right now. Because my character, when he walks, the world shakes. You just wouldn't know the power I have,
But immediately personally linguistically imaginative.
Okay, I'm here. Oh my goodness, he backing up. He's gonna give me a piggyback. Yo, look at the smile on my character's face. I'm so thrilled. I'm gonna get a piggyback. Calpheon 4. Yeah, Calpheon 4. You're med 1? Heads up. He's swapping. I see, I'm coming to you. You're hanging with the people having a party, aren't you? So slow. Oh, I wasn't even reading my private messages there. I was looking more at party chat. So, fun fact. I can't remember where I heard this, but I heard this from Biseptimus, I believe. And he was telling me that the reason why the sun sets from apparently west to east instead of east to west is because the world was originally flipped the other way. And instead, I guess at some point they decided that they wanted to, instead, they wanted to have it the other way around. So they flipped the world north to south. They flipped the map. And they didn't adjust the sunset and the sunrise accordingly. So that's why it actually goes in reverse, apparently. I did not yet, Corgi. Yeah. That's right there. But yeah, apparently, at one point, PA decided to flip the world, and it ended up flipping the sunset, and then they were just kind of like, and they left it, I guess. Someone said that it was something like that. I can't remember the exact specifics. Oh, I wasn't even listening to the music. Thank you for reminding me. I legit had the music completely tuned out. I have so many conversations going on right now between in-game, you guys there, on Discord. I had the music completely tuned out. Okay, I'm gonna log back on NA. I just wanted confirmation, but like that's yeah. And for very interesting situation. Yeah. It really is. Yeah, you never know. And sometimes it's interesting to just go along for the ride instead of trying to bar yourself off from it. Don't listen to Samuel. He's jealous. He's out here listening to Barbie Girl on loop ever since it came out. The gold I don't think it's great, Sadie. Most of the coins I've managed to get were from, like, fishing. Ugh. That reminds me of fucking John's pro versus con comment yesterday. Oh, that shit cracked me up. You heard that, Boromir? It's kind of funny, huh? You have so many haters for no reason. I don't know why anybody would hate me. Because you're an awakened sage, and you stole their elo. That's why. Yo, Kedge. Dodo here. Might be a buddy of yours. No, he is not. I have a bad habit of calling him Kedge, because I thought that one time as well. Oh, it's nighttime right now, huh? I was like, why am I getting hit so hard? What the hell? I don't want to ask more questions, but I'm also enjoying some time with my thoughts. Class. That's what I get for opening my stupid mouth. Shy? Oh, yeah.
Emotional damage.
That happened to me yesterday, too. I was fighting Ron's stupid ass, and I grab him, and then all of a sudden fucking Nova Pet out of nowhere just fucking grabs me. Ron comes in here yapping, get chat GPT'd, idiot. Oh, it's fucked up. Actually ruined my day. I think we need to collectively all make fun of anybody who plays Suck Nova and Tamer. But especially the Suck Novas. We need to shame them off their class. If PA's not going to fix that, we need to shame the players off that class. Hey! I think Ratro runs on Shave now? Oh no, we'll just power him up, oh no! I know, right, Menzie? That's exactly my thought. There's no ill intent. There's nothing malicious going on. See you in the arena, buddy? Yeah, you better have fucking ChatGPT with you, Ron. I'm still mad about that shit. I was like, oh, I grabbed his ass. And then that fucking Nova Pet. Holy! I don't know if there's anything in this game that makes me more mad than that motherfucker randomly popping up and CCing me. Dodomir? Boromir and Dodomir. Name a more iconic duo. When does it open? 3 hours, I think, right? Text to speech? You mean speech to text? God, get it right. I feel like the inmates are running the asylum. Yeah. This is Arkham right here. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. 20.6. Hey, Boromir. Need to introduce you to Dragor. No, not Dodomir, Boromir. Hey, you typed the same shit earlier, Dragor. What do you mean? What, I can't remember anything you type anymore? Just not allowed? Yeah, pace yourself, brother. I'm having difficulties keeping up with you, and that should take significantly less effort than the speed you're going at. Tell him, Cavell. Tell him. Did you guys know Boromir isn't even a gearlet? The man is actually geared. Like, pretty geared at least. That shit blew my mind. And you know what the craziest thing about that is? That means he played shy by choice. Like, I thought he was just a gearlet and he played shy, and that was like the best way for him to actually make some silver and contribute to a party. But that means he actually did that by choice. Don't talk to me. Oh my god, that message. That is too good.
Klossjetter gifted a tier 1 sub to Dodomerlinga 0. They have given 8 gift subs in the channel.
Yo. Yeah. Hey, Dodo, as long as you're nice to people and you have no ill intention, there might come a time where I ask you to pace yourself and slow it down a little bit. I do want to encourage you to maybe try your best to type in more complete thoughts instead of pressing enter every couple words. But you have no ill intention. You're not trying to be annoying. You're not trying to be an asshole. So, in reality, every single one of us are a work in progress, and we're all trying to be better versions of who we are every day, right? All you do, waveform, is choose the one that correlates to the one that you're doing. So if you're doing anything up to C7, if you're doing Golden Pig, then pick the Golden Pig, then pick the red one. If you're doing this one, then pick the moon one. And if you're doing this one, pick the earth one. Right? It just correlates with the icon of the boss. And when it comes to the auras, none of these matter except for like AP. Just dump it all into AP. Once you get to bosses 8, 9, and 10, those auras don't matter anymore. What is going on? We spent about an hour trying to figure out exactly what was going on. I don't know if we've fully figured it out yet, but we're going with the flow. We're riding the wave. What was the question again, Boromir? Yeah, like 400 words per minute for an hour straight. I'm not sure. A Huntler crash out? We call that a day that ends with Y. That's what we call that. Boromir thought he found his wife for a second. What's up, Dodemir? It is a beautiful day, isn't it? People need to learn to appreciate the small things. If you have a roof over your head, if you're healthy, if you have people that love you, if your belly is full, what more do you need? Am I a fan of K-pop? I don't know if I would call myself a fan of it, but I don't not like it. I just haven't really explored it a whole lot. My largest exposure to K-pop is probably that movie, right? Good Jara. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Right, Orvik? I'm glad I didn't. It's been so long since I watched anything Dragon Ball Z, though. Kind of want to go back, just without all the charging up. Wasn't there like a shortened Dragon Ball Z that had like all the story, but didn't have like 80% of the filler? I wonder if the kids would enjoy that. Oh, goddamn. It's Kai? They're making more Dragon Ball Z Super next year? Okay. Rat is your future guild? Because Guild Wars, etc. I saw a lot of Rat guild members watching the tournament. Yo, microphone, you still here? Weren't you in Rat? I could have swore you were in Rat at one point. Yeah, I didn't get shit out of any of my boxes either. Just memfrags, a very tiny amount of crons, and sharps. Which, I mean, I'll eventually need all of them, so it's kind of whatever, right? But I want that 100,000 crons, you know? You feel me?
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah. Have a good rest. Yeah, no, I definitely understand why people would feel a bit overwhelmed by it. But I understand your intentions are good. You're trying to be involved.
I play this
What?
game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
Yeah, I think it's because I actually have the music kind of loud right now. Maybe. One second, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, what about the other sound effects? Yeah, I think I need to turn everything down a little bit, to be honest. I don't think I have much tolerance to turn that stuff up right now.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Actually, that seems a reasonable volume. That seems like a reasonable volume, too. That's fine, too. Oh, I might have just accidentally canceled that while I was going through that. Sorry.
FBI, open up!
Okay. Okay, you said it was self-reflect. Yeah, that one's actually turned up to 100. I actually can't turn that. I just added a new sound effect too, though, too, chat. Ooh, Bond, let's go. Yeah, I might have to just load up Audacity and see if I can boost the volume of the raw file, because I have it currently set at 100% in the software. But yeah, everything else seems pretty good. It's just that's kind of quiet.
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum spiggity bom bom yes 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 yes.
Living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. What do they mean? What do you see, Ron? The predicament? Yeah. Ooh. Oh no, you're right. That's fucked up. See you later, Dodo. I'm reading it. I don't have the energy to respond to everything, though. What's up, Unsavory? How you doing?
Oh.
No, you need to catch some sleep, my man. Yeah. Catch you later. Yeah. Saving for stuff takes patience, Paradigm. Run. Oh my goodness. Good night, man. See ya. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And I'll be yapping like usual. Yeah, something tells me you'll have the energy. I have a sneaking suspicion. Yeah. Good night. I am still comprehending it. I feel like that man would be a fantastic shoutcaster. Or an auctioneer, yeah. Is it auctioneer or auctioneer? If he thinks and types that erratically, I'm curious what he, how he talks. I'm genuinely curious. Because you know the typing is a serious limitation holding him back. The average messages typed in my chat over the course of a month just tripled today. You know what pisses me off, chat? Right now, Ark has one of those founders badges, but he never gets to wear it because he's never subbed. Yo! Yo! Okay, who's next? You know what pisses me off? Ron has one of those founders badges and isn't subbed, so he can't see it. Yeah, because I'm Ron's guilty pleasure. He pops in here and he goes, damn, I hope I'm that sharp when I'm his age. You know, it's kind of a crazy thought too. Vert is the age now that I was when we met on BDO. That means that Vert was talking to old men. Saving trash for the ball again? Nah. Aw, shit. Shut up, class. Never mind. Conversation moving on. On what? He missed it, chat. He missed it. You're the age I had when I started being DO. Really? So you're what, 51 now? 52? No, I don't think they hand out another pen Black Star. I think that they hand out... I'm going to keep it a buck. I think they lower the pities on all the Fallen Gods, and they give away one Tet Fallen God.
Have you ever had a dream that
Yo! Let's go!
LDXR gifted a tier 1 sub to Ronald Jed. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to scam you, Ark. I was trying to scam Ron. But I still got my money.
Yeah, true. We actually just had a meeting with our financial advisor. She goes, the rate you guys are going, you guys will retire. It's not going to be fantastic, but you guys will be, you know, you'll be comfy. So we're like, okay, how much more so we could be more comfy? It's all about starting to invest in it early, right? Because then you have time for that interest to compound. Yo, what's up, Ladernal? Yeah, he went to sleep. I thought he was a bot, but like there were some clues in there that made him seem like a real person, and then we met him in game. He started typing to other people on Discord. Whenever he was typing in different areas, he was stopping in others, so he's a legit person. He just, yeah, he typed and thought, like not even just typing, but like when I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm not even thinking that fast. And that man's typing while he's thinking. So yeah, I think there was some chemical assistance potentially going on there too. But you know, my worry is maybe he's going through some shit, and I don't want to make things worse. I would imagine that man hopping through different channels, he probably would get banned by most streamers within like the first 30 minutes. 30 minutes being some of the longer ones. And, you know,
if you're legit, like if he's legit just trying to, you know, like he's not trying to troll or anything like that. Like that's gotta, I don't know, be hard for him, I guess, right? When he's constantly going to places just trying to be himself and he's like instantly getting banned from everywhere. The whole situation was kind of funny, but I was trying my best not to laugh too much because, you know, I'm not trying to make a spectacle. When it was an AI bot, I was like, when I was testing the probe to see if he was an AI bot, it was kind of funny. Well, that's the thing, right? Is life is always going to be throwing curveballs at you. So, and that's kind of the joy of life at the same time, right? Taking the time to try to understand stuff that seems off to you. I know I come off as an asshole, and I'm an asshole, but typically it's the people that start striking me as, like, they feel entitled to my attention and my responses, and they want me to give it to them in specific ways. But he wasn't exhibiting any of that. Maybe he is. Maybe he finally found a channel where he got to actually chill in and get out what was on his mind, and maybe his head hit the pillow and he's getting his first sleep in, what, 37 days? Maybe that was the release he needed. But, yeah, he seemed well-intended. There were a couple times, too, he even offered to leave. He's like, yeah, if I'm too much, just tell me, I'll leave. Grind frogs and type at the same time? Holy! I can't do that. I don't know how many times I've died. I'm pretty sure like 90% of my deaths here are trying to type in other streams while grinding here. I can't remember. Is that a Family Guy or a Simpsons episode? I can't remember if it's Homer or Peter, but one of them licks a frog and goes on a trip. That was Homer? Okay. I thought so. The hell? Suna, when you type these messages, do you ever think to yourself for a second, do I need to type this? Is this productive before you press enter, or you just let that shit rip? Can you still get masterclass rewards if I change family name? I don't know the specifics of that. I honestly can't answer that. We haven't had a whole lot of masterclasses, and I don't know of any situation during the first time, like during the best in class or best in trials, where one of the reward winners changed their family name. I would think that PA would be able to see that. Yeah, I'd definitely send a ticket. For trying to do sneaky shit. I was also just thinking that too. Like, what if, imagine you sign up, and then I do a name change, and then Kalb name changes to Zephian. Kalb plays for me, and then before the rewards are handed out, we both name change back. Imagine that shit. Yeah, there's probably some user ID that's associated with your account that never changes. And they probably have that, right? It probably says, like, the user ID and then in brackets the family name. Probably smart not what mentioned that here. Yeah, tomorrow night. I don't think there'll be much on Global Lab today. I'm wondering though. Definitely not this week. Actually, I guess maybe this week. No, they'll probably wait for the AOS season to finish. How long does it take them to reply to support tickets? It really can vary. I've had times where they've responded within a couple of hours. I've had times where it's been a day. I don't think I've ever had a time where it's taken longer than a day. But, I don't know. Maybe there's a flag on my account that I'm a partner, so I get attention a little bit sooner. I don't think they have something like that. And if they did, I doubt they would admit it. Yeah, probably also depends on how complicated the ticket is, too. So, from what I understand, how it works when you're a company or handling tickets is the tickets are like dumped in a pool, and the techs then go through and grab tickets to handle. And I would imagine that the easy tickets probably get grabbed first. I worked in customer and technical support as a project manager. I'm assuming that's what PM stands for. Unless Pearl Abyss is doing something extremely left field. I'm assuming you meant an F there. They usually handle them based on language cues in case age. Okay. I mean, that would make sense. You obviously want somebody who speaks your language handling your ticket. And then you would hope that it would be priority based off of age. Not age of the person, by the way, age of the ticket, for those of you who might be thinking otherwise. Ah. They never tell you? I mean, unless the ticket's related to the first one, do they ever tell you, you need to open a new ticket for this? Maybe that's how you game the system. You just constantly reopen an old ticket. You would think that there'd be an expiration time on a ticket, right? Where, like, after 3 months, you can't no longer open a ticket and reply to it. Reopen a ticket, sorry, and reply to it. Yeah, anything OTP related, I imagine would be significantly troublesome to resolve, because the whole the whole purpose of OTP is account security, and if you can just bypass it by making a ticket, then it kind of defeats the purpose of it. I'm not sure, Calpie. I'll be honest, sometimes I've grinded here with like a 1980, 1970 AP. I think the recommended is a pretty good amount. You could probably go slightly under. Yeah, I'll be right back. Question about Tungrad ruins. Every guide I see says Visionary at 20% will explode and debuff the mobs, but Visionary just disappears without doing anything. It's been a while since I've been there. I don't know if they've changed anything. So unfortunately, I cannot comment on that as well as I'd like. Oh, forgot to grab my arrows gloves. The ball piques your interest, you'll install video again? Hell yeah. We have a general idea. It's usually the first or second week of December. If you take a look at all the events leading up as well, they land around that time. It's usually a Friday night, Saturday morning that it happens as well. So if I were a betting man, I would say, here, I would say it's probably going to be the 5th or the 12th. I'm leaning more towards the 12th. No later than the 19th. One of those three. But I can't imagine them doing the 19th. I'm feeling good about the 12th. I'm going to watch people playing it, but I'm not going to jump on it right away. If after a few weeks, if it's still building hype and people don't get bored of whatever the in-game rotation ends up being, that's when I'll start considering it. But for me, I'm not looking for something to just waste a couple hours on. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that truly just grabs me yet. I think right now, like, it's probably releasing at a good time for BDO players. We have a month until the ball, right? So it's probably a good time if you're getting a little burnt out on BDO to take a break and mess around with something else short term. Which will be the perfect cope too, right? For BDO players who are saying they're quitting and going to that, is they'll go to it, and I'm gonna say if, not when, but if they start getting bored, I want to say when, but if they start getting bored, that'll be right around the time the Calpheon Ball comes out, and they'll have like a good jumping point where they could be like, oh yeah, no, that game was fantastic. It's just, yeah, I came back to BDO because the ball was banging, right? It'll be the perfect cope when they come back. Which is the classic. We've seen it 1,000 times, right, before. And then 2 months later, they complain about how dead the game is once again, and we go through the cycles. It's the same strokes. But they cope the way they cope, and, you know, they keep coming back. People are probably going to say, oh, no, they're already saying that, right? Some people. Not all of them, of course. Shouldn't throw them all in the same basket, but... Which is crazy, because from what I understand, Wins Win Meat isn't even an MMO. But, no, I hope it's a good game. We need more competition in the gaming market. More competition just breeds excellence. And I really hope that EU law gets passed and ends up spreading around the world with about microtransactions. Because I think game developers are getting complacent and lazy because they can just milk all the money they want out of their communities through microtransactions versus having good quality. I would actually really rather go back to the subscription model where developers feel motivated to create good content to get more players in their game to build up their subscription count versus just trying to milk their player base off of microtransactions. Hi Dad, at some point I just started becoming spiteful of my teammates in AOS. I know winning is as much on me as my teammates, and I don't even really care about my rank that much. I just find that I hate my teammates for some reason. Based. The only teammates that annoy me are the ones that don't join comms at all. And I don't expect them to talk, but hop in to listen at least. There's no harm in that. It'd be cool if people, like, it's meant to be a team mode, right? So when it feels like there's just no effort for teamwork, I find it annoying. I love it getting in comms, though, because there's so many people that, you know, have been in imposing guilds or any of that, you know, I otherwise never would have got to socialize with. But now, you know, sometimes you're against them, sometimes you're with them. And you get to socialize with them, and you realize, you know, there's just so many different people just all enjoying the same game. We all have a lot more in common with each other than there are differences. One thing players need to realize is if you play enough games, you'll eventually land right where you're supposed to be in AOS rankings. There's a lot of people out there who like to cope, and they'll be 200 games deep, and they'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe this game just keeps giving me bad luck and keeps putting me with all these losers. And they don't realize they're right there where they're supposed to be. Because think about it, right? Just think about it. If you're not where you're supposed to be, and you're the better player, and you're being held down in a lower elo where everybody else is bad, well, you got to remember, that means 2 people on your team are bad, but 3 people on the other team are bad. If you're the one that's good, if you're the only one that's good, then that means that mathematically your team on average is always going to be better than the other team because you're the better player, right? And that should mean that on average you should climb. But people don't want to... That's a tough pill to swallow. And people don't want to put any accountability on themselves. So when they don't climb, they don't want to acknowledge that, hey, maybe they're right where they're supposed to be. Well, aside from the exception like Shy, that applies to most classes now. There was some more exceptions in the past, but this season has had more viable classes than any other season. It's not a coincidence that it's always the same players that are doing really well. You always see the same players doing well. How come they never get bad luck? If it's so RNG and people can be held down, how come it's never them, you know? But At this point, I think Shy's the only one being truly held back, right? For obvious reasons. And even Megu, like this guy, you're like, huh? Shy do that? But you take a look at like all the other classes. Ranger's still doing okay. I mean, they're not doing fantastic, but they're not doing... Like, look at how many of these classes are actually within a reasonable number of each other. So far, the biggest point spread has been 300. Or as soon as you pick up Lon. Lon's doing a little, well... It would actually be interesting to take each and every class, average out the top 20 of each class, because you obviously are going to have the exceptional players on specific classes, right? That will, if you go just off of the highest, it will make it look a lot better for certain classes than it should be. But if you average out the top 20 of each class, it'll paint a little bit more accurate of a picture. And it would be interesting finding out what the median is across all classes and how many classes are within like 10 or 15% of the median. You'd probably, if you took the time to do that, you'd probably find that there are a lot more viable classes than people are willing to consider. You're obviously still going to have your strong classes and your weak classes, but I think most classes are within a reasonable range of each other. It's still a fact that we only have 2 witches in top 100 EU. Hey, Menzi, fun fact. On average, there should be only 3 of each. Between 3 to 4 of each class. Or I guess each... Yeah, but that's right. No, each class. About 3 to 4 of each class. If the game were perfectly balanced, there should be 3 to 4 of each class. There are 10 sages, I know. But once again, you're looking at the outliers and using that as your example. Yes, there are some classes where there will be more. Maybe they need some downward tuning. There are some classes that might have none. They could use some upward tuning. But if you look at the median, the middle, you will find that the vast majority of classes are there. If you constantly compare your class or these other classes to whoever's the best, you're always going to be miserable. That's why there is a saying that says, comparison is the thief of joy. Also, one thing you will find in common with these classes that have a lot of people in the top 100 or the top 20 of their class is a lot of those people will climb to a certain point on their main and they'll be like, it's not really worth it anymore. I'm not really fighting anybody that I can climb against. Everybody I'm fighting is lower than me. So they make an alt account and then they climb back up to the top with that alt account. And then they do it with a third account and a fourth account. And you'll find that in a lot of cases where it looks like there's 10 of a certain class in the top 100, it's actually 3 or 4 of those people are the same person. But there's a lot of classes that in previous seasons that felt completely useless that are actually viable this season. They're not top performers, but they're actually viable. They can hold their own. If I come back, I'll be top 100 easy. Oh, top 10 for sure. Do I advise Calc over Deep Sea for Sage? If you're going for damage, Deep Sea. If you're going for survivability, Calc. It's no more complicated than that. Well, calcs are so cheap, there's no reason to not at least use those. Calcs are like what? I don't know. Actually, I haven't looked at them recently. I usually stockpile on a bunch and then forget about it for a while. Yeah, 6 mil a pop. You spend more on your draft. 3 times more on your draft than you do on a calc. I have not tried Awaken Wizard, no. But the difference between a calc and a deep sea is 25 mil. So I save 75 mil every hour I grind using the calc. But I do get less trash, right? It is obviously going to affect my kill speed. So there's a bit of a trade-off there. Now, is the less money I'm making offset by the additional money I'm saving? At least a little bit. Probably a reasonable bit, right? If you're making 3 bill an hour and I'm saving 75 mil, that means that's approximately 2%. So does a deep sea make me grind over 2% faster? Because if it only is 2% more trash per hour, then I break even. That's a Vel's heart. It just has a skin on it that you can't get anymore. But if it breaks even, right, and it's like I'm saving 2%, but I'm grinding 2% slower, and it breaks even, that's still a net gain for me, because that means my grind is comfier. There's less risk of me dying. And now you got to factor that in too, right? The times where I survive and I'm low health, that calc might have been what saved me from losing a 2 bill crystal. Perfumes of Envies. I don't even remember what that does. Envy. Oh, those. Are you not at the AP caps? If you're at the AP cap, those aren't doing anything for you. So you were right the other day, and so was the other guy. So what do they do again? You can't regen when you get hit by the debuff. And what does it do to the enemies? They don't respawn. Ah. Wait, how does that make any sense? If they don't respawn, but they'll respawn at 50% no matter what, then doesn't that mean the debuff does nothing? Wait, why can I not move my party? Oh, that's why. Man, it's nice when they make it so you can actually just move stuff in game without having to do edit UI. God damn, they need to do that with more things. I like that. Oh. So they respawn immediately, otherwise it waits till 50. Gotcha. Okay, I misunderstood what you said when you said they respawn at 50. You're leaving me? Okay. I'm just about out of here soon anyways. I'm gonna do these bosses and... Damn it! Who bought that? You rat! Yep. Catch you later, Menzie. Have a good one, brother. Jesus, that music. Hey, hey. No, I got a call on Discord from the guys we're about to do the group with. Fucking Halloween music. I was wondering where the hell it was coming from. No, I love that song that was just on. Make sure you guys have everything swapped. Let me know when you're ready.
Cannot be!
Give you a reason to play this game? For fun. you need someone else to tell you that this game will be fun for you, might not be the game for you. Guild Wars part? There's Node Wars in Siege, but definitely not the most attractive aspect of the game. Used to be open world. %90 of the players are leeching AFK and the other 10% are playing for emotional investment. I think that's very generous separating those two. If you're leeching AFK, I'm pretty sure the emotional investment is there too. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just shut it down if that's the only reason? Maybe a better way to characterize those two would be 10% of the players are aware they're addicted, the other 90% are not. Maybe that would be a more accurate way to portray those numbers. No, I haven't done those in a while. I don't know if they're worth it or not. I can't be bothered. Ready for your match next week, Hunter? Can't remember. Who's your opponent again? Who? Oh, Babby. Okay, yeah. Fabby. Yeah, isn't that what I said? I might have. Oh, yeah, that guy. He's a menace, isn't he? Dude, you barely slept. Go back to bed. Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised that it's going to take them so long to release the schedule because, like, they should know exactly how many matches there's going to be. Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder if they'll go, like, chronological order of release. If that were the case, you'd be pretty early. Ooh. You a good bowler? Yeah, 5, 10? Yeah, I prefer 10. I always got to do 5, though, because the kids don't, you know, have a hard time with the big ball. Oh, fuck. I usually peak out at, like, 140 if I have enough drinks in me. And then if I have one too many, then I immediately drop. Nice. Keeping us on our toes. This content's getting too easy. Kanjar, peek back over in my chat. Awaken, Witch, and Wizard are doing a lot better this season. Yeah, you getting more comfortable with it? Yeah. A lot of people like to piss and moan how some of these matches are just trading, and obviously, ideally, we would have like a catch and combo environment for everybody, but with this much class diversity, that's kind of hard to have. But even that being said, there's a lot of matchups that I thought were going to be really boring, and in the last minute, you could see the ones who were practicing when to trade, when to block, when to iframe, versus the people who didn't, and maybe they focused on catching and they're good at catching, but if they did not pay any attention on how to trade, they got fucked in that last minute. Yeah.
It knocked me back really far. Oh, I might be good, I might be good, I might be good. I got it. Okay, guess I'm going back. Okay. Yeah, it didn't send me either. Without a season character too? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I don't think it'll matter. I've done that a couple times in previous weeks and I just didn't mention it. I figured people would just assume it was Daz or someone. The truth comes out. Finally, I'm liberated. Nope. Good job, gentlemen. Catch you later. My night's going pretty good. I'm actually just about to head out, though. This is usually what concludes the end of my Monday stream. Doing my bosses. But I'm going to head out now myself. Thank you all for hanging out today. I hope you have a wonderful day. We're going to find someone to raid. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Mr. Justin. Mr. Justin Case. I haven't had a chance to raid him in a while. I'm surprised he's actually awake right now. Usually he's finishing when I get up. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Can you chat there? You can, I mean, you can test the water, right? Justin's a pretty cool guy. Give it a try, right? Take it easy, right? Pace yourself, right? I'm going to send you guys over there, but not a lot of people are going to, they're going to feel like you're hijacking their chat, right? And I don't think you have any ill intent. I don't think you're trying to hijack the chat. I think you're just a very talkative guy and you have a lot going on and you like to talk about it, right? But, yeah, I'm going to send you guys over there. Just try to pace yourself. And, I think you'll find people will, try to ease them into it, right? You can silence yourself there. Yeah. Well, you don't have to completely silence yourself anywhere, right? But, try pacing yourself. But I'll catch you guys later. Hope you all have a wonderful day.